esteemed panelists. So, okay, please. So, as I have already mentioned, the AI is a very disruptive technology, and there are many startups jumping into using this in diverse fields. So there are startups which directly do research in AI technologies. Those who are running applied research using the latest LLM techniques. And many are trying to build systems, develop government solutions, and a lot of other activities in various spheres. So, as a moderator, I would like to hear from the panelists regarding various initiatives, various concerns that we have. So, first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Unnikrishnan to set the context about governmental thing, how the startups should see government initiatives, what kind of problems they should solve in government, and how the innovation side should be looked after. Also, there are issues like change in technology, which is happening at a very rapid pace. A startup which works on some technology will find that themselves outdated tomorrow. So I would like to, are we passing on the mic or something like that? Are we passing the mic or they have to come here? Huh? No, I think it will be better if you pass the mic. Okay, I think you can. So Dr. Unnikrishnan can set the context initially.
Thank you, Sunil, for this opportunity. I'll start off with a small anecdotal experience of mine. 25 years ago, I ventured into birth and death computerization, marriage computerization in Kerala, which stands out right now as one of the most significant public service delivery mechanism in the country, as well as as a best practice, it was accepted as an international best practice also. When I initiated, essentially the problem was that birth and death computerization happens in local governments, 9 to 5, and people, the number of days are required for people to access the certificates, both the marriage certificates as well as the birth certificates. So conventional strategy would have been actually digitizing that, improving the number of, increasing the number of people who are handling that and doing the service delivery. We looked out of the box for that. We found out where exactly the births are happening. It is in the hospital. Marriages are happening in the marriage halls. So we decided to move the service there. We created kiosks, used Kudumbashree, started collecting that, did the digitization at the front end, and started transmitting the data manually to start with. Later on, at the next stage, it was put into, the data was transmitted over internet, and then digital signature was applied, and we had a beautiful solution in place. Now, I'm not talking about the solution, but what had happened after that is, we had the data, complete documentation is there, but unfortunately, very little intelligence is made out of. We have 99% of birth registration in Kerala, highest in the country, recorded in the hospital. We have death registration on 91%. Around 80-85% of marriage, I think right now it is almost 90% of the marriage registrations also happen in the, on the electronic system. But unfortunately, now, as you are all aware, the population data is a very critical parameter for development, for vital statistics. But unfortunately, we are not in a position effectively to use this transactional data, bringing together the live visualization of births, deaths, the population change, the dynamic vital statistics, the geographic intelligence. And Kerala is a completely highly endogamous community, and there are huge issues relating to genetic aspects which have to be looked into in terms of birth and related aspects. But we are not in a position to do that. So it is based on this failure of moving from transaction to intelligence, I think about public sector innovation and the current problem of looking at how startups have to look at the possibility of AI application. I would go beyond, slightly beyond what Sunil indicated. I would not just look at government. I look at Kerala's development in totality. When I look at Kerala's development, one of the most important issues of Kerala's development is we have a variety of wicked problems. Wicked problems are defined by MIT as problems extremely agile approaches and also cross-sectoral interventions. I will not go into details of all the wicked problems which I have cited. Only one I will just talk about, human-wildlife conflict. 55 crores in compensation to 2020-24, 478 deaths, 6,452 injuries, 35,604 crop losses. Government has come up with compensation programs, but we have not been able to address the problem. Variety of issues, habitat fragmentation, forest ecology, livelihood alternatives have to be brought up, institutional coordination, climate change adaptation. There is a huge intelligence gap between the transaction data. Forest data has compensation, forest department has got corridor maps and compensation data. Agriculture extension has crop data. Climate scientists have animal behavior data, but nobody synthesizes. In a village, elephants are attracted because of the crop pattern. And we shift to agroforestry, which generates income differently. This creates more and more conflicts. And so there is a need for synthesizing, and we have to address, going beyond compensation, we have to look at prevention. So this is a classic case of a wicked problem. I will not go into the details of the other wicked problems because of the time issue. But fundamentally, if you look through all these problems, the basic issue is that there is a transactional siloing. Lot of tacit information is available with the field experts, the farmers, the wildlife managers, the artisans, the health workers, who face problems at the cutting edge. The evidence is fragmented. Policy level decisions happen across departments through task forces, which holds the AI as an intelligence infrastructure.
Unni sir,
to just look at digitization and look at prediction.
You have to wind up.
Look at digitization and look at prediction. There is an approach which has to look at a platform of working with assimilation and also a platform for looking at mediation. These are two requirements which are compulsions on the startup to address this situation. I will stop at this point and pass on to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Unnikrishnan, for that interesting observations. Next, I think Vijay has also joined. Welcome him. And so maybe we will move on to Dr. Santosh Mitra. Santosh has been a research scientist in the agriculture sector. He is working in CTCRI, and he has a successful startup running himself. Has founded one. And in fact, at IC4, we are collaborating with Santosh in developing some of the tools that he requires. I would like to ask Santosh, what are the hindrances in translational research from the laboratory to a practical startup into market? Maybe using AI tools, etc. So his solution is also using some kind of inference mechanisms. So I would like to get your viewpoint on how you translate actual research from laboratory to a valuable product that everybody can use. Santosh, please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, there's a correction. The startup is not owned by me. We are mentoring. I am mentoring that startup because we cannot own the startup. And Unikrishnan sir has said the last sentence is right thing for me to start because it ended with the simulation, prediction, etc. These were the technologies which we have been developing, we have developed because so when we developed the systems, we understood that the lack of data is the main issue, lack of correct data. So first we developed an IoT system to collect real-time data, and as you told, to develop rich insights from that thing. We used AI to develop the solutions. The next issue came. Next is how to take it to the masses, agriculture, farmers, etc. The problem exists in agriculture scenario. I don't know about, I am not telling about other scenarios. Here the technologies won't be taken up directly by the farmers. Whatever technologies we develop, solutions developed will reach farmers through other means. Because all farmers, whether rich or poor, they expect that agriculture department or through other mechanisms, the technology will reach them. So when we developed the technology by which yield could be doubled at a reduced input application, the technology we are input as a project mode we have implemented in Nirmangad block in Trivandrum district, and it was actually successful. Now again we are expanding it to the Unikrishnan sir is also aware. We are expanding it to the entire population of the block. And the technology was recognized as the best technology in India. Everything is there, but how to take it further? So there came the translation research importance of startup. So the technology was purchased by a startup in Mumbai, and they have implemented it in different parts of India, in UP, then Assam, etc. They are implementing it. And we came across the issue which they are facing. Because startup that I told that the technologies are purchased by the government systems, etc. So there are some regulations and restrictions for the government system to purchase the procurement procedure, etc. These actually hinders many of the things. So this is the issue faced by the startup. Now they are actually trying to implement this system in Wayanad because till yesterday I was in Wayanad to implement these smart farming technologies in entire Wayanad district. But through dairy cooperatives and all. So the issue faced by startups are like that. And the other way also we work, because sometimes one startup has come up with a very excellent idea, which farmers have been facing for years. That is real-time soil monitoring system, soil nutrient analysis. There are many soil monitoring systems which predicts through some other means, etc. And one engineering student has come up with an idea, and they do not have any agricultural background. We have refined it. We have came up with a beautiful product, which is real-time actually estimating, not actually real-time sensing, not predicting. And the advisories are generated through AI. Actually, we are collaborating with ICFOS also for that one. And that product is in the market. So in translational research, they are also facing the same issue. When they take it to the farmers are expecting that agriculture department will purchase. So the ecosystem, our agricultural ecosystem, otherwise the startup ecosystem should be given some benefits, because already some benefits are there, but it should be extended so that the technologies, because startup means we assume that some new innovations come. There are a lot of scope for lot of innovations in agriculture, like disease predictions, then the soil monitoring, field monitoring, market value chain, etc., market intelligence. The technologies are generated, startups and as well as our institutes are having the idea to generate, and there is scope for translating it to the public, but the startup ecosystem should be given more help or more support from the machinery so that these technologies can be purchased by other machineries and can be given to the farmers.
Okay, thank you, Santosh, for that insightful ideas about translational research. Now we will go to Sri Farish, who is from Google. I would like to ask you certain questions like what kind of technology support Google provides for startups. So as a leading innovator of AI technology across the world, most of the startups, whether they are in AI or any other sector, they look at Google as a model. Also, we would like to know how Google supports AI startups. How do you propose to support this support system to use the very ever-changing technology that is happening today. The technology is very short-lived these days, and how do a startup should look at it, and also what are the startup support that Google gives to the various entities here in Kerala or elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, it's a privilege to be part of this esteemed panel. I would like to probably, before we sort of jump into the question, I would like to share some insights. I think India's AI market is growing in a rapid phase. You see that I think the market is expected to reach around 126 billion USD by 2030. And you see the shift happening from general chatbots to moving to AI, agentic feature, right? I think last year we've seen a lot of the agent capabilities coming out. I think this year is going to be the year where you see things in action, where agents are not just automating small, tasks, but also doing things such sort of, helping humans to sort of reduce the time and save, and be more productive, and also sort of help humans to sort of focus on more intelligent tasks. So that shift is happening, and then the other shift that we are seeing is also, I think for 2026, you will see a lot of on-device, models being sort of used. Whether it's especially in terms of data privacy, especially in areas like healthcare, agri, etc. And then sort of, you'll see those applications coming in. I think India market generally is an application. We are leading in the application phase, while sort of other markets, especially US and all, focus on the models. Now coming to the point, I think Google generally look at in 3 C's in terms of supporting startups. Compute, Google has a full stack AI, offering for companies, whether you're a startup or enterprises. Compute side, wise, we offer AI infrastructure, across, whether it's a chip or the storage, and even, I think India, we recently announced the Google AI Hub, the first AI hub outside US, and that's also the reason, that's one of the reason we launched that is to ensure that in all the application which is being built in India, sort of also able to sort of leverage these TPUs and GPUs that we are going to sort of develop in Visakhapatnam. Compute is one, and the second C is the community. So we have these developer communities that we run across India, including Trivandrum, Kochi, and across the world as well. So startups and developers have access to that. I think the upskilling is a big part of, and we keep talking about using AI, but how do we sort of upskill our and developers and individuals so that they sort of keep developing the latest AI technologies or build applications on top of this. So we sort of upskill developers through these initiatives, run series of events, whether it's AI Day for Startups or DevFest, which just bring the latest AI to sort of to the hands of the developers and founders on the ground. And especially in the pace of this changing, I think what you learn tomorrow, yesterday, is not necessarily relevant tomorrow. So making sure that sort of the developers and individuals are sort of upskilled constantly is a big part of it. That's one of the reasons we sort of focus on the community by running different initiatives, by going to not just doing it in bigger cities like Bangalore, but also doing it across India. And I think Kerala is a big focus for us. We keep doing these initiatives, in Kerala as well. And then last part is the capability. The capability side, how do we sort of, when we build, when the startups build, the application on top of any of our models, I think generally the models are sort of, my recommendation for the startups is not necessarily chase the models. Models keep changing, keep improving. Find the model that work for you, and then fine tune and make sure that you sort of go vertical focus. So you are sort of, you have a technology that is also creating unique value. So, even if you're building on models like our Gemini or Gemma, etc. So our accelerator program, we have programs like Accelerator, which support startups through mentorships, hands-on technical guidance. We bring the people from DeepMind, Google Cloud, Android, different teams, and help them to solve very specific problems that help the society eventually. There are a couple of startups from Kerala also who are part of that. Entry is one great example of that. While Entry is not, I don't know how many of you know Entry. It's an edtech platform which sort of help 15 millions users to learn and be job ready. So for you, Entry is just an app, right? But I think what they've tried doing is like they started leveraging AI into their, it's not an AI native company. They start leveraging AI that helps them to sort of save, increase their, the retention of their paid subscription by 20%. And 20% of the 15 million is huge. So making those kind of shift and using AI in the meaningful ways is very important, because when you use AI, it's there's a cost to it, and the expense goes up. So we focus on those kind of support through our accelerator program to ensure that startups solve meaningful problem. We also sort of fuel fund to the startups. Recently announced AI Futures Fund in partnership with Axel. The startups get like up to 2 million funding if you are building on certain application across like a certain industries. So these are three C's of support that we offer to the startups. And my general recommendation is like, if you want to know about any of this program, definitely you can go to startups.google.com. But more than that, we also partner with the Kerala Startup Mission and other entities in Kerala to ensure that these reaches the startups in Kerala as well. So happy to sort of connect offline and talk. If you have if you're looking for some support from Google for your own startups, or either you are building, just going to build, or you have something already. I don't know if I missed any other part of the question, but I hope that clarifies.
Okay, thank you, Farish, for that short comment on 3 C's that you are promoting. Also on the comment on Entry app, etc. So next we will come to Dr. Gina Thomas, who is a professor at IIIT Kottayam. She has been working on computer vision for some time. And I am also an academic, so I would like to know her perspective on how we, as an academic, should react to this kind of fast-changing AI, because the kind of things that Farish said, it cannot be taught in a classroom very easily. I don't know whether there is any kind of programs that institutes give in Kerala. KDIS, KASAP, etc. has some kind of initiatives which cater to the newer technologies. But I would like to know Dr. Gina's views on how our current academic system should cope up with AI, and how it should be tailored in such a way that AI startups and other entities get sufficient manpower, especially with the high level of mathematics, statistics, etc., which we require for AI. Dr. Gina.
Good afternoon, all. So, current academic institutions should act as a bridging the gap between the industry as well as the government. And here, the academic institutions, there are a lot of unidentified gems. So the industry as well as the government organizations should provide an opportunity to work on certain kind of public sector solutions. And also they should provide a certain kind of funding opportunities in order to promote their entrepreneurship of technical skill as well as technical expertise. And in the case of that, this industry as well as government organizations should provide their unsolved problems as a part of their postgraduates as well as undergraduate capstone project, so that they will be getting an opportunity to work on such projects, and that eventually they will be how to utilize or to explore the startups, infrastructures, resources, and all. So these talented students should be eventually get absorbed by these startups. And also one of the change that I found should be comes to the academic level of side. So every year, every university should revise their curriculum for these contemporary technologies. And also we can see that in the classroom itself, the different students will be sitting first the tomorrow's policymakers, entrepreneurs, as well as the innovators. So being, as sir mentioned, that I'm the faculty who is working in the artificial intelligence systems, we are trying to train the students with AI systems, especially for digitalizations. And also, there should be a change that this innovation should not limited to the labs or the classrooms. There should be a translational research which can the students able to work on these projects and should market their projects to the public sector domains. Especially there are a lot of unsolved problems in our domains itself, especially certain kinds of critical domains like agriculture, healthcare industries. And as an academicians, the academic industries, the academicians should work in collaborations with the industries to promote the cutting-edge solutions to solve these problems. But the innovation is that we are not trying to make the students to blindly solve the problems. And also, as an academician, we are trying to make the students as a responsible citizens so that we are trying to build these AI systems, how to promote them, the usage more responsibly. And also, as mentioned that here, a portion of the CSR funding is utilized for promoting the UG projects. Likewise, also, we can also the governments or the public sectors or the startup also can provide certain fellowships for the startup, especially for the PhD students as well as the postgraduate students. And I think that these are the major changes that we can follow for the academic level so that the students may get motivated, so that they may get insight for how to work in the cutting edge technologies, and also how they will get also focus on how come they will work on the interdisciplinary projects. So even though we are promoting the adoption of AI, they should identify what are the key techniques, not limiting to this particular technique alone. They should able to work on different interdisciplinary projects so that they will get confident and eventually they will feel that I can build a high AI system.
Thank you, Gina, for that insights into academics and all. Now we move on to Murali Krishnan. Murali, can you connect these three? We have had some policy maker like Unikrishnan and laboratory researcher like Sanjay Mitra, and we have representations from academia. So can you connect all these three so that a startup can leverage these three things and make solutions for better future?
Good afternoon all. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I was listening to the other panel speakers and writing down some of the points that different panelists were making. The first set is from a data to intelligence to representation to users. Similarly, on the other side, we have academia, startups, and the government. So this triangle, there's a middle gap, right? There's a lot of research going on.
Director of Agriculture IT, Directorate of Agriculture, Government of Kerala. Ajit sir, can I please have you on stage?
Hello. Respected dignitaries and esteemed colleagues, a very good afternoon to all. Myself, Ajit. I'm Deputy Director of Agriculture. I'm heading the IT division of Department of Agriculture, and Mr. Piyush Pani is with me. He is the Project Director of Kadir. Together we are delivering this speech. It's my privilege to introduce our Kadir platform before you. Kadir is a Kerala Agriculture Technology Hub and Information Repository. Kadir is a landmark digital initiative of Government of Kerala, which transform or redefine the way agriculture is governed and supported in our state. Agriculture has always been the backbone of the economy and culture of our state, but always is a sector that always face a complexity of challenges ranging from input uncertainty, price challenges, and market variabilities. In order to address these challenges, our hard work is not enough, but for addressing these challenges, timely information, intelligent decision making, and technology-oriented solutions are required. This Kadir is a platform specifically designed in order to address all these challenges faced by the agriculture sector. Kadir is not just merely a digital platform. It's a comprehensive ecosystem, comprehensive digital ecosystem developed in line with the framework of AgriStack as a part of India Digital Agriculture Mission. It integrates all the data from agriculture and allied sectors into a common platform. This integration helps the Kadir system. The integration helps the farmers, policymakers, and the officials to make informed decision making. Kadir is formerly known as Kerala Krishi Hub. Now, it's Kadir is India's first integrated digital-first agricultural platform designed as a true single window system for the farmers as well as the policymakers. Kadir supports each and every digital and IT activities in the agriculture sector. So it can be considered as the foundational digital backbone of Kerala's agriculture. Kadir is available in both web as well as mobile application. It's available in English and Malayalam. Kadir brings together farmers, vendors, and officials, and all other stakeholders into a common platform. By centralizing this data, digitizing workflows, and enabling data-driven decision-making, Kadir strengthens transparency, efficiency, and governance across the agriculture sector. For farmers, Kadir is envisioned as one-stop digital platform, one-stop digital solution. All agriculture-related services and assistance are brought under a single platform there. It ensures ease of access and inclusivity. Farmer can make better decisions when they are empowered with accurate, timely, and relevant information at every stage of the crop cycle. From the crop planning up to the marketing, Kadir provides stage-wise, location-specific advisory support and information support to farmers. Through Kadir, farmers receive weather updates, weather advisories, and weather forecast also. The Kadir system also provides fertilizer recommendation based on the weather, based on the soil testing, soil data. And Kadir also provides expert consultation through plant doctor. There's a module, separate module, plant doctor. It also provides irrigation scheduling based on the soil moisture availability. And there is a separate module, market intelligence. Market module is there in Kadir. The market module provides market assistance through market intelligence, price updates, and post-harvest support. Kadir also provides crop insurance and crop loss reporting support to farmers. Also, for officials also, Kadir provides a comprehensive digital workplace for the department officials. For both farmers, officials, as well as for policy makers, Kadir is now a very important tool. It's going to be the backbone of agriculture department, agriculture sector in the future. This is just an introduction to the Kadir platform, and my colleague, Sri Piyush Pani, will give a brief explanation regarding the mode of operation and AI integration of Kadir. I'm inviting Sri Piyush.
Thank you so much, Ajit sir, for giving the full introduction of what Kadir is trying to do. I will directly dig down to the AI part, what we are integrating into Kadir, how it works, and where we are trying to reach out to. From our previous discussions, we have also seen that India is being portrayed that we don't have enough yield. We are lagging behind. Up to a certain extent, we would say yes, but when it comes to Kerala, we are still ahead of other states to implement any technologies, especially AI part, into it. So right now, Kadir has onboarded more than 12.87 lakh farmers into the system, and Kadir is trying to provide AI-based solutions and advisories first to the farmers, and then ultimately giving the aggregated informations and monitoring system for the officers plus the decision makers of the state. So to start with, AI is being used over here. AI and machine learning is being used to identify all the farm boundaries as the base of the platform. The key difference between what our previous speaker mentioned, that there is a difference between the yield of US and yield of India. That's more because of India has fragmented landforms. That's the only difference. Or else the yield and nutritious value of the agriculture produces are as good as any other country. That's why most of our products are getting exported, and very, would say, marginal grade of outputs are left behind for the citizens of India. So here is where those fragmented lands of the farmers, which are not possible to be monitored through any other medium till date, here AI and machine learning is utilizing the capabilities to identify and monitor and provide solutions for all those fragmented fields of farmers. Farmers can directly register into Kathir. They can declare their plots, their crops, and based on that, the system provides them 8 to 10 different varieties of advisories, including pest forewarning, irrigation advisories, crop stress management. So farmers are able to get on a weekly basis how much irrigation needs to be provided if the moisture availability is comparatively less in the field for their cultivation. So Kathir is providing the agro advisories for the farmers to provide irrigation, fertilizers, as well as when to show whether the current scenario or upcoming scenarios are suitable for their crops to be shown. Such kind of informations are being provided to all the registered farmers. Currently more than, as we mentioned, 12.87 lakh farmers are registered, and more than 1.5 lakh farmers are using the Kathir app directly or indirectly. Notifications and alerts are being provided to the farmers based on their declared plot and crops. They are also provided with farmer ID card based on their registration. So it's more of an identity of a farmer, like we have Aadhaar, similar to that. In Kerala, the farmers are being provided with farmer ID card. Further, AI is also being used for AI assistance to the farmers, where informations and any research articles or research findings can directly be extracted and provided in a customized manner to the farmer. So that's where the AI assistance comes in, where the farmer can directly ask whatever type of queries they have to the system, and system generates the responses based on their declared inputs, their locations, weather informations, pest that can attack based on congenial conditions, and further different agriculture universities like Kerala Agriculture University's package of practices. So based on that also, the system is providing customized responses and solutions to the farmer directly through AI assistance. Further, the farmers can also easily apply for schemes, various schemes that the state and the central government has. So that can be directly applied through the web as well as mobile app platform without much of intervention like we used to have of entering the forms, entering the detail in the form and adding their plot detail, information then cadastral informations. Those are not required right now. They can apply for any scheme and beneficiary directly in few clicks. So these are some of the snaps which we mentioned that services are being provided to the farmers. This is the fertilizer recommendation based on the soil testing results that the farmer gets. Complete soil testing module has been involved into Kathir, where farmers can directly apply for soil testing labs. More than 35 plus soil labs which are across Kerala are onboarded, and soil testings are happening through the system. I will take only 1 or 2 minutes more and will try to close it. Even though Kathir has more than 28 plus modules in it, it's extensive both for farmers as well as the officer side and the decision makers. It's 15 minutes, it's too short to go through each and every one of them. But yes, we are trying to reach to that point where we can compete not just with other states of India, what complete India is trying to envisage, but also to the rest of the global platforms where AI is powering and also empowering the farmers plus the decision makers together into the system. We are also catching up with it, and finally the farmers, this won't be complete without farmers getting their produces to the market directly. So the platform has the capability of advertising and selling their produces directly to the agri dealers, as well as through bulk through the state nodal agencies, and also monitor the price trend that is going on throughout time period on a regular basis. That can also be monitored by the farmers directly into the from the system directly on the farm top. So thank you so much. So it's long session cut short. Thanks to the AI Regional Summit for giving us the opportunity to present here. Thanks a lot.
So we all know the presentation that was made is a very interesting topic, certainly because it applies a lot to the Kerala environment and our agriculture, right? So I do hear that there are a couple of people who wanted to ask questions, so we will pass on the mics for that. Please do stay back, sir. So if you can raise your hands for the questions that you had, we will, yeah, yes, please.
Sir, what extent the AI support is given for the supply chain management for the farmers? Is any pilot project in Kerala right now?
No, there's no pilot project for the supply chain management system has been started.
One more question. Presently, is any FPOs? Okay. FPOs is linked with any warehousing?
Yes, sir. So FPOs are also part of the stakeholders within Kathir. FPOs are being onboarded. More than 65 FPOs across Kerala has already been onboarded, and we are inviting other FPOs also to get onboarded and get the services through Kathir. So yes, we are trying to complete the supply chain from the farmers, FPOs, till the agribusiness dealers. So the platform gives the opportunity for all of them to get onboarded, advertise as well as demand what type of producers they want, and system has the capability to connect the supply chain. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hope that answers the question. We have one more question in the back, please.
I'm Anthony, a Deputy Town Planner. So my question is, I saw a cadastral parcel as being shown in the slide. So to what extent have you integrated cadastral parcels? I mean, it's pan-state, or because there is an Enter Bhumi initiative happening side by side. So does this capture the dynamics of land use changes?
Second part of the questions, little bit louder.
Does this capture the dynamics of land use change? Because anytime if land use conversion happens.
Right. Yes, it does take into consideration the land use change also. So right now we are taking 2023's land use pattern currently, and on a regular basis every 2 years we are trying to upgrade and update the cadastral information based on the upgraded land use pattern. Yes, we are.
Do you also happen to have the legacy data, like from 2008? Because 2008 is a landmark as far as the agriculture.
Right. We are having from 2015 onwards, to be specific, the land use changes that has happened, and also we are considering all the agricultural producers that has happened from 2008 onwards. So the system has an archive and makes the decision based on the historical information, both the multi source data sets like satellite information, cadastral and land use information, the yield and productivity informations, and the demographic information. So based on all four, the system does modeling based on the complete archive data sets.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So, any other questions, or we will we'll move on to the demo submission for Sri Biju and Ajit for this wonderful session and telling us more about Qatar. So, let me invite Surya, the finance officer of Akshaya, to please come to the stage and give the memento. Let me also request Sijit sir to please come to the stage. Sijit sir, please. So that was Sri Ajit and Sri Biju from the Director of Agriculture, Government of Kerala. Moving on to the next tech talk of the day. So we have an interesting topic of re-engineering the SOC with AI agents. To present it, I would like to invite Sri Gopi Krishnan, the Senior Solutions Engineer at InSpark Solutions. Welcome, sir.
changer illa. Hi, hello team. So myself Gopi Krishnan. So I'm representing a company named InSpark Solutions, which is a Kerala-based company. So due to some technical reasons, they are working on the presentations. So by the meantime, we will start it out. So right now, I mean, all the sessions, like 3-4 sessions, I was sitting over here. So we were listening about AIs in multiple platforms, right? Then the Krishi and the other, the doctor who was talking about the complete in the US, the agricultural part, the finance part, and multiple other things, right? We were hearing about a lot of things that the AI is implementing on. So today I would like to give you a little insight. I will not say a complete session. I will like to say it is as a little insight on what is the AI's advantage in the security. When I say security, it is completely on a cyber security. So giving a brief about my company, which is InSpark Solution, which is a Make in India company, which completely runs on the cybersecurity parts, which is called the SIM, SOAR, UBA, the tools like this. And we focus completely on telematics and vehicle tracking devices. Then we have UAVs, the drones and things like that. So I would like to give you a little understanding about the cybersecurity part. Like now everyone is hearing about the cyber crimes, right? Morning you say phishing mail, the money is gone. The second day you say that you clicked on a link, the amount is gone. The phishing mails, the attacks, the lot of things that we are coming to know on day-to-day basis, right? So today I would like to give you a little more visibility on that from a cybersecurity point of view, not from a personal point of view, but from a organizational point of view, right? So let's say you are everyone, so I don't want to go into technical terms and all those things, so I would like to take it in a layman terms where, it's coming, okay, all right. Okay, so I would like to take it to a layman terms where I would like to take it into a storytelling mode so that you will completely come to understand what exactly is the tools, what exactly is the things that you're trying to do it. So let's say an organization, everyone will be working in an organization, right? Let's say it be a government organization, let it be a private organization, or let it be anything. So in that case, in that case, you always, now it is a digital era, right? At the end of the day, everyone is working in the systems, right? So now the question is, how secure is your system? How secure is your, okay, all right, that's good. Back or down? Switch on, black screen on. Okay. Yeah. So, so we're talking about like how secure is one of your system inside your office. Let it be a system which is inside your office, or let it be a system which is inside your home. So how confident are you is that system is secure? That is my question. So we cannot say that, right? All the systems which is sitting over there is completely secure. So to make sure that, so let's say you are having an organization of 100 people, 200 people, or let's say 10 people inside an organization working with 10 systems, and there are sensitive data of each and every state governments or the private companies or entities, whoever is sitting over there, all the data which is sitting over there is completely sensitive, right? So what is a guarantee that all the data sitting inside your systems are completely stable, safe and all? What is the measures that everyone take it? At the end of the day, you will say that, okay, I have an antivirus, I have an EDR agents and things like that. But at the end of the day, will that solve the problem, or will that stop the complete attack from happening is my question. And I would like to say as a no there. Why? Because now we are sitting in 2026, which is the era of agentic AIs and AIs, artificial intelligence. So wherever you go, you hear the word that it is AI. We are integrating AI. So that's the so-called terms, right, everywhere. So yeah, we should move with the trend. I think the last slide the doctor was saying, you need to move with the trend. Whoever used BlackBerry, now no one is using the BlackBerry, right? You move the trend or you're out of the market, like the Nokia went out. So the same thing. So now everyone is going with the marketing like AI. So let's talk about AI. What is AI? So let's say in an organization, you have an n number of systems, and all the n number of systems are getting monitored. Let's say, for example, with the help of multiple tools like SIM, SOAR, UBA, NBAD, NDR, IDS, WAF, IPS, whatever the tool you say, n number of security tools are there in the organization. Will that suffice the thing? That is a question. Yes, because right now, till 2025 end, it is completely on human. It is called the humans are the doers. I will say that humans are the doers right now. But in 2026, we are talking about AI agent. So there, humans are not doers anymore. Humans are the supervisors of that. That is what I would like to say. So here, what you're seeing right now, this is just a small example which is showing. Let's say you found an attack inside your organization saying that one of the system is compromised at the end of the day, and finding that organization's attack point and understanding what is the issue, what is the point, where did it started, where did it ended, how to stop that thing, and reviewing that thing takes a lot of time, right? There is a lot of time to understand that and do it. So now currently you take it to completely understand an alert and to take an action on that one, it hardly takes a 20 minute of time. So let's say an attack happened on midnight or early morning, 2 o'clock. So what are you going to do with that? That is my question. 2 o'clock in the morning, night shift is not there, people are not there. When you come by 8 o'clock in the morning to the office or 9 o'clock in the office, the alerts are more. There are a lot of things that is hitting the organizations. What will you focus? What is the thing that you're going to focus and get the alerts out of it? How will you stop the attack from happening? Attackers doesn't have the time of midnight or early morning or whatever time. He gets the perfect slot, he hit the perfect slot, he get out the data and exfiltrate out of it. That is what attackers do. So now what are the things that we must take to stop the complete thing from happening? That is what we are going to do here. And then I would like to focus on few things here. So we are a company, security company, which has the solutions like SIEM, SOAR, UEBA, and NBAD, NDR, such kind of security tools. That tools are basically used for monitoring your complete organization on a security point of view. So now the question is, it is a AI submit, right? So what is the AI going to do over there? So basically when we talk about AI is nothing but the data that you're having in your hand. The more number of data, the more amount of data you are having in your hand, you have more good accurate result. That is what AI does, right? So now the thing is, usually like till date, what I will say is like till 2025 end or 2026, till this time, the data or the automation that a SOC, Security Operations Center, that is a place where it takes care of whole accounts, the whole organization security point of view. So they use a technology called SOAR, automation and response, to take care of your organization security part. But I think when the AI era comes in, it's not enough, right? You want automations. You want automation. So this is scripted. You know what is going to happen. What happens here, you should take response here. That is what we are writing. We write the script and give to it. When this happens, you do this. So that is where the automation comes in. But that is not what we want. Now, what we want is the solutions where whenever a new things comes up where that a human doesn't comes in, but the AI knows what to do. So it automatically take a response for that one. So that is what it is over here. The normal LLMs, that is the large language models, and the normal SOAR, which is a completely of the scripted ways, and the AI agent. What is the difference of that one? So all these three are doing the ways in a different method, I will say that. Each one does their own ways. So that is how it works. So now we talk about something else. I will like to say, yeah. So now the thing is, when the AI agent comes to your picture, that is like agentic AI, when the agentic AI comes into the picture, the human works are not reduced. Humans will supervise still. Like normally, you know, right, everyone says that AI comes in, the job of the humans are gone. Nothing like that. You need humans to supervise that. You need humans to train that. You need humans to abscond or use the security and make sure that your security is completely tight. That is where the humans comes into the picture. So the same thing as you see, n number of machines, thousands of machines inside your organization, 100 of machines inside your organizations, monitoring each and 100 machines and make sure all of them are safe. That is a guy's job. That is where our tool comes into the picture, where it comes into your organization, talks about how the complete things is there, what is the visibility of all those things, what is the issue which is going to happen or issue might happen. So we have LLM models, AI models which is sitting over there, analyze each user people or user, I will say end user sitting inside the machine, understand the behavior of that machine, make sure that there is no anomaly which is getting hit into your organization, make sure it is safe. let's say, I don't think now, I mean, if you take a private company, every once in a month or twice in a month, you have a phishing mail test from their IT team, right? They sent a mail saying that, okay, this is you have won a 1 lakh rupees voucher. You click over there, you get the prize, right? So that's a test which is conducting, right? That can be an internal test, but at the end of the day, if someone unofficially or someone advisory, an attacker come to your place and start sending a phishing mail, your people will click on that one. Your complete internal confidential data goes out. That is worth crores in dark web right now. So our job or our place is to, so the complete motive of this session is to make sure that you are having a strong security operation center where people sit 24/7 on the SOC, understand the complete things, make the security uptight, and make sure that nothing goes out of that one. So till 2025 last, we were using completely on a automated way, which is scripted. But we are in 2026 and in an age of agentic AI where it should be automated, where it should give you more result without a human intervention. So that is what InSpark as a company is focusing on right now. And just, I want to give that one more point. So now in the initial slide, which I showed, you saw that, right? Reviewing an alert which is coming to an organization takes 25 minutes of time, right, in a normal use case. But now when the agentic AI comes into the picture, so if you can see over here, it is like the 40 minutes is what we are saying, the metrics, right, to find an alert. And every day you have thousands of alerts, and you have only 24 hours of time to address all those things. Won't work, right, in that way. So that is why when agentic AI comes into the picture, each alerts, each security problems inside your organizations will get fixed or will get addressed in 3 minutes of time. That is what the accuracy rate we are talking about, which is 99.6. So that is we are talking about here. And now, as InSpark, we also have an agentic AI which is coming into the picture, where we already have a platform of SIM, SOAR, UBA, NBAD, NDR, and all. And all those things, at the end of the day, it is data. It is completely data, more number of data, more amount of data, more, what I will say, more perfection the output will be. That is what we are talking about. And this is like the previous one which I was saying. The human role is from doers to supervisors. That is what I'm talking about. Now, the new human roles will not stop. At the end of the day, they will be completely a supervisor. That is what we are talking about. And yes, there are a lot of other things. It will be completely technical, so I don't want to take it forward. So, but at the end of the day, I would like to come back again to the point. It is completely, you have a system, you have the system. You want to make sure that your systems, your phones, your iPads, or whatever it is, at the end of the day, to be safe, not to be any of the phishing links, not to go with any of the things that is one of the other part. But when you go for an organization, when you are in a government organization or a private organization, follow the policies out there to make sure that your confidential data which is inside your systems or confidential data which is there inside your organization doesn't go out. So that is the part where I would like to focus and give you an idea. And that's how the complete topics comes into the picture. And yes, that's all. And I am Gopi Krishnan signing out, and I will be there in stall number 3 if you have any queries out of that one. Thank you for giving me such a wonderful time listening these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And please do stay back. Anyone has any questions on the topic that was discussed here? Please feel free to let us know. Yeah, we do have a question there. Can we please pass on a mic to the audience?
Hi, thank you. It was very insightful. I just want to know, you mentioned about AI will not take away jobs, which I believe as well, and I'm a big preacher of that. It changes tasks, right? So on a scale, when you show the details of how your company works, how can people with small scale industries can upskill what you just said? As an employee, how can they use these systems in your what you're going to give us? And also how, as a small scale business companies, I'm an entrepreneur as well, I'm planning to open something here. So for me, this is very important. How can we as a small scale business help this out from you?
Okay, so it's a very good question. It's a tricky question at the end of the day, to be honest. So now the thing is like AI is taking jobs. Let's say the normal coding jobs, what people are having, right? So in a normal company like this, look, so when we started a company, it was in 2011. So when 2011 to 2019 is where we start up and we made a complete flow of the complete product cycle. So that time the AI was not at all a big thing. So the people manually sit and code, right, at the end of the day. But nowadays, so if I just want to say it as a small example, okay. So let's say building a big sophisticated system which handles petabyte of data, okay. There we took a 9 years of time to build that system which is scalable enough to do that one. Right now AI is there, your data is there in your hand, you have everything in your hand. So building a system like this won't take more than like say 1 week of time, 2 weeks of time, you sit completely on that one, you can build up a system like that. Your architecture is strong, your base is strong, then you're good to go with that one. So on a smaller place, when you're planning to start a company, like let's say when you're starting an organization which is based on a product company, when I say it's a product company, so you build products, right? So you will have initially like few people, few employees with you. So that few employees, let's say 5 people, I'm just putting a rough figure out. 5 people out there who is completely confident on how to use AI, how to give prompts, how to get result, how to use the, let's say, the gravity. And if you know that Google anti-gravity is there, who codes it for you. You don't need to give the command, it codes it for you. So you can completely utilize that, build a tool within no time. So whatever the old, let's say the legacy company built it over 10 years, 9 years of time, hardly takes a month right now to build. But you want the resources in the sense the hardware resources you want, the cloud resources you want, but you have the data, plenty of data is here in your hand. So you can make sure of that one on a development perspective. But on a security perspective, you need someone who need to guide you through what is right and what is wrong, what to build, what is not to build. When you build a network, what should be there, what should not be there, MFA, zero trust, a lot of things. So a number of things are there, but right now AI is there, you have a number of information in front of you, just a prompt away. Make use of that, build the tools, which is gonna help you.
Thank you, appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to have a question? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And like he was saying, he do have a stall, so please do visit if you have further questions. Let me please invite Sri Rahul, Head of State E-Governance Mission Team, to please come to the stage to give away the memento. So that was Sri Gopi Krishnan, Senior Solutions Engineer at InSpark Solutions. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next tech talk of the day, on the topic AI that works, Government Success Story, ZAS. Let me please invite Dr. B. Radhakrishnan, Director, Customer Advisory, CES Institute, India, Private Limited. On to the stage, sir.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you must have had some assumptions lunch. At least I had seen quite a bit of spread over there. Okay, I think one of the major themes of this entire summit is innovation and impact. I thought the best thing to reflect that innovation and impact could be in terms of reflecting the on-ground stories, on-ground success stories, the implementations which are done by various government departments. And that's where I'm going to talk about a few successful implementations where there's a tremendous adoption of AI, ML, right from data to dissemination of the intelligence so that government departments are taking decision. The most important failure, what we typically see with any AI implementations is they get excited with the results, but they don't use those results for decision making. The examples what I'm going to talk about are the implementations where government departments, the officials are taking decisions which is impacting the revenue for the government, which is impacting in terms of saving lives, which is impacting in terms of improving the productivity, okay? So we just recently did a survey, end of 2025, surveying specifically the various government officials across the globe. We had some sample from Indian government officials also in terms of understanding what are the key trends with respect to government, okay, in terms of adoption of AI. As what is the case, you can easily guess. In most of the government departments, no more is the issue of data sufficiency. It is the issue of data abundance, the explosion of digital infrastructure, what we created in last 10 to 15 years, has created sufficient data. But the way it happened was, it created a lot of silos or islands of data. So no more is the issue around data availability. It is an issue of abundance of data and data silos. This is one theme which has been echoed by most of the officials in government departments. Second, increasingly, the government officials are wanting to automate as much as possible. I would not mimic the excitement what you typically see in private enterprises, but there is change in direction with respect to government offices where they can automate as much as possible. This is a second theme, which means that this thinking process has definitely changed with respect to adoption of some of these technologies. Third, of course, is not many government departments have reached the maturity with respect to understanding the kind of models, the adoption of LLMs, right? What is it resulting in, and what kind of infrastructure framework that need to be put in place to ensure that the excitement what they had with respect to creating these models should also sustain with monitoring these models or sustaining these models. So I will speak quite a bit around this particular topic, which is one of the emerging themes in the Indian context also. I don't need to emphasize the next one. India has created immense capacity on digital infrastructure, which I think most of the governments across the globe are trying to do at this point of time, so that their AI policy, their respective governments' innovation purely happens on the national digital infrastructure rather than it getting out of their boundaries. That is again one of the important things. Last one, I think very closely related to the first one, edge computing. Edge computing, to put in very simple terms, can we essentially utilize the data instead of taking it from the source to different places and modify it and then use it for analytics, versus can we use the data where it is generated actually. That is what we called as edge computing. And increasingly, there is a lot of interest emerging with respect to edge computing. The first one is more around gathering the data, managing the silos of data, creating a data repositories, cleansing it, and so on. But at the same time, one more way of getting results faster is looking at edge computing with AI. Now, these being the broad themes, what I wanted to cover based on our experience in government, having worked, we just into the 50 years of our existence. We started way back in 1975. Not many companies in this space either have survived or prevailed providing these solutions. So the first use case which I wanted to share, where is a clear impact, is one of the state government healthcare schemes. I'm sure you must have heard about central government Ayushman Bharat scheme. So is where multiple states are running their own healthcare schemes, primarily to benefit its citizens below the poverty line, providing multiple packages for inpatient and outpatient treatments. That's the background of this particular scheme. Now, here is a state we are talking about with 2.7 crore beneficiaries, around 1436 hospitals, 1,800 claims per day, and roughly the claim outlay, which essentially gets spent, is roughly 3,000 crores, not a small amount, right? When you see such kind of scheme with so much of magnitude, what on one side you will see the benefit being passed on to the citizens, but at the same time, there will be some actors in the society, there are actors in the society who would abuse this particular scheme. Now, here is an example where we are seeing application of AI or deployment of AI, usage of AI in live. So some of the issues what we typically see when there is, which results in fraud, waste and abuse is the treatment documents, the diagnostic documents of the patients get recycled. I'll put it in simple terms. So I went to a hospital, I got X-ray done, I got some tests done. It so happens that that treatment documents, diagnostic documents, gets recycled for a different patient so that they can claim the amount for a fictitious or a bogus patient. Now here is a case where we observed a lot of hospitals have recycled these documents with respect to diagnosis, treatment documents, CT scan reports with small changes. In the past, owing to the fact that somebody has to look at 800 claims multiplied by at least 5 documents, 9,000 documents on a daily basis is impossible for somebody to monitor these documents, right? So here is where this department, health department has managed to look into each of these dimensions across treatment and diagnostic documents and evaluate whether the claim is genuine or not. By virtue of this, they are able to save at least 100 to 150 crores annually. Okay, so this is one example where the impact is straight away in terms of saving, and also one of the important aspects is right benefit to the right beneficiary is ensured through this particular process. Now, as an extension of health example, this is slightly technical, but I'll try to make it simplified. So here is a case, one of the sustainable development goals as part of health is to ensure the minimal or reduce the pregnant women or maternal deaths and infant mortality or infant deaths. Right? This is one of the sustainable development goals. In one of the states where we did this pilot, the averages or the percentages with respect to both the metrics were very, very high. Right? Now, the question that was asked is, to understand what is leading to this particular deaths, is there some behavior, some pattern which could be detected to identify so that the necessary interventions can be made to save the lives. The most important theme here is the save the lives. Now, based on the model what we have built with respect to this state in this department, we have identified multiple factors. Okay, I'll not get into each one of them, but the factors, the significant factors being antenatal care. So government provides antenatal care 4 times during the life cycle of the pregnancy, and it is defined at what points of time this care need to be administered, right? Now, what we observed is the mortality or death is maximum where pregnant woman misses on the either 3rd or 4th antenatal care intervention. Okay, that has been observed the most. And also it is closely related to either late grada, which means that late pregnancy, or early pregnancy. Depending upon late or early pregnancy, and also with respect to this antenatal care intervention, the probability of the mortality multiplies actually. Okay, so this is a critical insight for the government to ensure that there are some specific efforts that are taken during these important times so that the lives can be saved. So this is again the second example where the impact has been created on the ground. Right? Let me take the third example. I'll just switch into the law enforcement. Law enforcement, I'm sure each of the states you heard about an emergency dial number where citizens in case of insurgency or in case of distress can call this number so that they can get support from the respective agency, in this case 112, okay, the police agency of 112. Now, the biggest issue or a constraint in this department will be you will not have unlimited resources with respect to personnel, with respect to emergency response vehicles, right? One of the issues is also where do we place these emergency response vehicles given the diversity, concentration, and the crime locations, right? So based on the research, what we did with multiple research papers across globe, whether it is in China, whether it is 911 US. So we went through all these things and tried localizing it to the Indian context, given the factors within a particular city, rural, urban, and so on. So what we built is a model, what we call it as predicting crime based on location and time, right? This slightly looks, euphoric, but this is in motion, this is in action at this point of time. So basically, the department is able to identify the concentrations of crime or predict crime, nature of crime, time of crime with certain level of accuracy to define where the vehicles need to be positioned so that the time to reach that particular location of the distress call is minimized or minimum. Right? That's the objective. Now, here are the results. Before this model was put in production, what you see here is that the average urban response time is in 2022 was around 14 minutes, which translated into 5 minutes. The rural response time got reduced from 18 minutes to 11 minutes. And specifically, the sensitive aspect of crimes related or where the woman is a victim, it moved from 16 minutes to 7 minutes. Just imagine the kind of impact, what it has created with respect to this particular deployment. Okay, I am not getting into the background science of it. Whether it was a neural network model, whether it is a logistic regression model, or it could be combination of these models. I think that could be too technical conversation. But what I'm trying to get to you is the analytics in motion, or what we call it as analytics-powered deployments, which have created the results. I'll take one more example. Here is where I'm talking about a GST, a state GST department, which is primarily targeted to maximize the revenue, keeping the taxpayer in consideration. Right? No more you find taxpayers chasing no more you find the department chasing the taxpayers. They want to collaborate with the taxpayers as much as possible so that the information can be exchanged and the liability can be established with data-driven process. Now, so what we see here is in this particular state where there are 18 lakh taxpayers and 2.6 crores returns with 21 crore e-way bills that are generated annually. So the objective was, how do we identify the evasion or leakage with minimal impact to the taxpayers? In this case, it could be dealers or it could be various business entities and so on. And the impact is such that the demand, the first year of the implementation, the demand with respect to evasion of almost 2,100 crores was identified, and the recovery was almost 1,100 crores. Just look at the impact. By the way, all of this goes into funding the various schemes of the government, which otherwise would have been in the hands of wrong people, right? I will take the last example. I think there was, all through this conference, there is a lot of discussion around LLMs. Now, I just want to give one example where LLMs can be deployed in a tax department or have been deployed in tax department. I will give good and bad example, where the demand notices can be automatically generated based on the evasions that are identified. And this is one example where a notice has been generated to a taxpayer, keeping in consideration what kind of evasion, what section, subsection of the GST manual is getting violated. But this is a good example. By the way, there's a bad example. We talk about a lot of hallucination, right? In one of the recent court cases, there was a court case which was filed by the department against a taxpayer about the liability which is not being serviced by the taxpayer. Now, the taxpayer said, you know what? This notice is itself wrong. The reason being that the subsections or sections which are mentioned in the document which establishes my liability is not part of the tax manual, right? So I think we also need to be aware of how these models need to be trained, how these models need to be deployed actually, right? This is slightly a foundational problem. I'm sure governments are increasingly moving towards providing the benefits to citizens from reactive, where a citizen needs to apply, versus how government proactively can identify the qualified beneficiaries, qualified citizens for various benefits. Now, this is a transformation change with respect to governance. Now, here is where in one of the states where we are talking about almost 12.5 crore beneficiaries with 21 departments with almost an outlay of 1 lakh crore, the disbursement of 1 lakh crore, the department was able to consolidate data of the citizens, identifying the qualification with respect to beneficiaries, and being able to proactively reach out to the citizens in terms of what benefits are they qualified. When I said life cycle, right from somebody, there's a birth in a family, what kind of benefit, versus to the death in a family, what kind of benefit. So that entire life cycle they are able to do proactively. So that was the last example. The reason why I'm saying this is, this relates to one of the key trend which I mentioned earlier with respect to data consolidation from multiple departments. Now, while I say this, I also wanted to highlight, I mean, is everything going good? Is there something that needs to be done with respect to the success stories, what I just spoke about? In India, there are, with respect to AI regulations or AI governance, there's a lot of action around this particular topic. Now, if you see here, various regulatory agencies, including RBI, MITI, of course, is a government entity, SEBI, and other regulatory agencies, including IRDAI and ICMR, have issued guidelines or draft guidelines with respect to the expectation from the participants in their respective ecosystems as what they expect. You must have heard about the guardrails. At the same time, ensuring that there's an innovation with respect to the AI initiatives. I just want to, and this is particularly important in the context of the Global AI Summit, what Indian government is organizing this. And the last slide, okay. Now, if you look at the India AI governance or India governance document or RBI free AI guidelines or any other regulatory agencies, broadly they're talking about this 7 principles, and the most important, the most important aspect specifically for government, I'm not emphasizing, I'm not saying the others are not important, but the most important for government is safety, resilience, and sustainability. Now, because anything what government does has got implication to its citizens across the sections of the society. It is very, very important that any AI initiative needs to take into consideration with respect to bias, skewness, all those aspects, transparency, with respect to the principles which are mentioned in AI governance document, okay? And one last thing which I wanted to share, how does SAS help in this? We essentially take care of this governance aspect through the life cycle, right from data to the deployment of the model, which is very, very critical. Again, that is one theme which is emerging, water with respect to Jal Jeevan Mission. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your patience. If you have any questions, I can take it. Owing to the paucity of time, I can take it after this session. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Doctor, for that detailed insights on the government success stories. So to give the memento to Dr. B. Radhakrishnan, I would like to invite Sri Berkmans, Under Secretary and the Mission Coordinator of Kerala State IT Mission. So that was Dr. B. Radhakrishnan, Director, Customer Advisory, SAS Institute India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Next, we are moving back to the schedule. We had a panel discussion schedule, so I would like to request the panelist and the moderator to the stage. Let me start with the panelists. We have Dr. Deepak Mishra, Professor, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum. So please join us on the stage. Dr. Vikas Prasad, President and Managing Director, WebAstrorup Systems India. So please come to the stage. Sri Anub Rajagopal, CTO, GXP Technologies. Srimati Pooja Singh, Head of GBS and India Teva Pharmaceuticals. Please, ma'am. Srimati Renu Gupta, Global Leader and Coach GCC. Welcome, ma'am. Sri Divesh Kumar Singla, SVP, Global Operations Services and Managing Director, India Signant Health. Welcome, sir.
And I would like to request our moderator, Sri Anup Pampika, Chief Executive Officer of Kerala Startup Mission, to join us on the stage. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Hello, hello. Excuse me. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I think welcome to a very interesting session. We just had a very long discussion right before this, so kind of gives me a little bit of familiarity with all of you guys. Just to give an introduction, my name is Anup Ambika. I'm the CEO of Kerala Startup Mission. I think we will do one round of introduction of all of you guys rather than me introducing. I think you can also say a little bit about yourself. I would suggest that keep it to 2 to 3 minutes of an introduction, and then we'll get into the questions.
2 to 3 minutes is quite a bit of so much.
It is a lot, or then I should bring it down to 2 then?
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
I think 2 is good.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Devesh Singla. I am the former Senior Vice President, Chief Data Analytics Officer, and Managing Director in Philippines for Signant Health. I'm currently enjoying my career break and trying to normalize that career breaks are fine to be taken, but at the same point in time, I'm working with few startups, advising them on their AI and analytics agenda from a healthcare and life sciences perspective. So that's about myself. I'll pass it on.
So, hello everyone, this is Renu Gupta. I work in a GCC called ENCO, which is based on Australia, Kmart. I head the technology there globally, and my teams are divided in India and Melbourne. And I also mentor people who wants to get into leadership from technology to managers.
I am Pooja. I'm the country CEO for Teva. I double hat in my role. I am also responsible for the GCCs that we have in India and Croatia. Along with that, I have the country responsibility for, for a variety of different things that we do: R&D, formulation, manufacturing, supply chain, and a lot of other things. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anup Rajagopal. I work for a company called GXP Technologies. It's a Japanese organization, and we have set up our Indian subsidiary here. And my main background is automotive. I used to work for most of the GCC for automotive companies, actually.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Very good afternoon. My name is Dr. Vikas Prasad. I heads the Vibhasa Roof Systems in India, and responsible for the manufacturing side, responsible for the GCC. Happy to be here. I think there is a lot of transformation is going to happen, and we would like to be part of it.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Deepak Mishra. I am faculty in the Department of Avionics, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum. It is the institute under Department of Space. And I work primarily in the area of computer vision, deep learning, model development for various space application, medical, as well as for various intelligent robotics aspect. And in my institute, we also focus on giving undergraduate, postgraduate, and PhD degrees in different area of science and technology. So I'm representing my institute and myself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll go with a round of questions, and I really want, it looks like a very sleepy afternoon, you know. Everybody had their lunch, and I'm pretty sure that people are a little lethargic and sleepy. But I think we need to also start thinking about questions, because we want to raise some questions that you have about GCCs or about AI, and we should make this a little bit of an online discussion. But I think I'll start with you. Forgive me, I'm not well versed with the names yet. But Devesh, I'll start with you. Basically, you talked about building a medtech ecosystem, if I remember right. You work very closely with the medtech GCC. Did you say that, or?
So healthcare and life sciences, medtech is part of it.
Part of it. Yeah. So healthcare and life sciences is one area that you're focusing on. And Kerala, has got a traditional strength in the sector. We pretty much run very advanced protocols all the way from our primary health centers to the super specialty hospitals. Recently, very interestingly, we had some huge PE investments. Blackstone came and invested into 2 hospitals. KKR came and invested into another hospital. So there were some huge investments that has been coming into the state of Kerala. In your opinion, we want to make use of this to create a AI-powered GCC ecosystem around healthcare and life sciences. And what are some of the opportunities that you see?
So I think you've sort of given the answer in your question itself, Anup. So since you mentioned about the prowess of Kerala's healthcare system, I think the biggest benefit that I'm assuming, I'm not very well versed with the Kerala healthcare system, but given the focus that we have at a country level, especially when we talk about schemes like Ayushman and ABHA, creating a federated healthcare data ecosystem is going to be very important, and that's going to be sort of a gold mine. And the reason I say that is, if I look at the global healthcare organizations, these are the organizations who typically would run trials across the different parts of, of the globe. And the reason that they do that is because they would want to take into consideration the diversity of the patient population into the trial considerations. Now, since we have 1.2 billion people in this country, spread across 29, 30 states, different genetic pool from a diversity perspective. If we are able to bring this data from a healthcare domain perspective altogether, we are sort of creating a mini pool of diversity for these healthcare organizations to start using technology in form of AI on top of the data that we will have, and we are already starting to get that data, and start to mimic the global trials, running trials from India. So I think that's a very big opportunity that we have in front of us. The reason why American healthcare system, or a lot of companies from a health tech perspective have invested in America's healthcare system is because of the data prowess that they had. And that's the kind of data prowess that we are building. Again, Ayushman and ABHA are definitely the 2 big ones that we have. So I think that's one major aspect. And if I have to quickly talk about the second one, I think it's also the talent ecosystem that we have. And when I say that, I mean to say India has always been known as the pharmacy of the world, right? So we are very, very strong in terms of our manufacturing capabilities. We have very strong regulatory skill set in this country. So if we club that regulatory skill set alongside with the data science and AI skill set, I think we are sitting on a gold mine at this point in time.
Fantastic. I think I'll go to Professor before I come to you, Renu. What is stopping us from creating this healthcare? Because one of the problems that I see in the AI scenario right now is that every piece of data that we generate is going to US. Whether it be the videos that we watch, or the search that we do, or the speech that we are having between us, all this is being recorded and used by probably 5 or 6 companies of the world to create foundational models and then charge us for those foundational models. So we are generating data and we pay money for models that has been built on top of our data. Isn't it about a high time that India has started to accumulate or aggregate data and create our own models and start charging money for that data? Your thoughts on that, Professor? It's more of an academic question, which is why I wanted to.
So thank you very much for your question. So as you rightly pointed out that initially data was going to various US and other agency.
Right.
Recently, Government of India with ANRF, they have come up with a new kind of a proposal where they are, I'm talking about only medical, so there are recent call was there. So the idea is basically we have different.
Professor, I think you should tell the audience what ANRF is. I
So
think it's a good
kind
piece of information.
Yeah, it's a Anushandhan National Research Foundation, which is Government of India initiative. They have renamed DST into ANRF. So they are actually funding high volume funding research for doing cutting edge research in long term. So the idea is the ANRF has coming, they want to collaborate not only academician but industry and medical and all possible stakeholders so that we can generate this high quality data. And I just want to say that in India we had earlier had problem that the verticals, let's say academia, medical, engineers, they were not talking to each other. So it's like a more of a compartmentalization was there. But now as we see the Western world, they have come up with a very good interdisciplinary ecosystem, and then basically it brought a lot of new companies. You just see that any company you name, they born out of a university. So I think that has to come, and that basically the interdisciplinary culture has to be evolved. So I'm just saying one initiative. Many like IIT Madras has created a data for pregnant women so that they can do a health analysis. A lot of people have been inducted into the system so that this privacy aspect and other things. So I think those policy has to be formed so that the medical data is very crucial data. It has to not be misused. So I think the idea is to have some policy before you release this data. And what I see that now we have a policy in place, and then there is a money has been allocated for creating such data. Like recently, there are a lot of data has been available in the MOSDoc, so that Indian satellite data is all available in the Bhuvan portal. Anybody can download any data from any sheet, just have to register and request. So I think this has been a bottleneck earlier, but now because of good data center, good availability of various resources, we are able to share this data.
So you're saying that India has started its own efforts in creating these curated data sets, which can be used by us to develop the foundational models. Renu, I'll come back to you now. You have worked across the globe, multiple geographies, and so in Kerala, we want this to be a destination of GCCs who's working in healthcare AI. I'm just making a statement. We want people who are working on AI in healthcare to consider Kerala as their prime destination, right? What should we do?
What I would say is Kerala already has the talent what it needs, and as you rightly said, there are investments in hospitals or health sector, and as Devesh also rightly said that Kerala also already carried what it takes to make a GCC. Right now what I am looking at in my GCC, it is technology and it is infrastructure. Infrastructure Kerala already had. It is just we need to put together, as Sir also rightly said, that academic and industry, when they come together at the platform. So training platform is there, everything is there. It just need to, people have to know that what and how they can do.
Marketing is what
yes.
we should market better.
Yeah, that's what I would say, because now here when I am in Kerala, I can see that this conference is happening and there is an initiative. But if I would say in Bangalore, I was not able to figure out, okay, what is happening.
I think that's one feedback that we keep on getting, that we are not telling our stories enough, and maybe we should start doing that. Thank you, Renu. And
so just to add one more point, when we want to make it in-house, we need to start it from outside. So
right,
yeah,
absolutely. Pooja, you head one of the largest pharma companies in the world. Teva is a Israeli pharma company,
right.
and pretty big for that matter, right? I mean, all across the globe. We are still seen as a generic pharma producer, India, right? I mean, we produce paracetamols and saridons and things like that, but we don't find a new drug for Alzheimer's or oncology or things like that, right? Do you think the advent of AI is going to help us accelerate drug discovery and, create a more conducive ecosystem for pharmaceutical and life science industry in India?
Well, that's a brilliant question. I call it the efficiency paradox.
Yeah.
AI is already delivering the promise that it gave The task that took 3 days to do, we are doing it in half an hour or sometimes in seconds. But how are the companies leveraging the bandwidth that it is thus creating? Are we just making the treadmill run faster, or are we actually giving them enough time for doing strategic thinking, which can be plowed back into doing some of what can create, this innovator, ecosystem? So the efficiency paradox is exactly to come out of not just what AI is promising to deliver, but to reap the dividend out of it. And that is exactly the point of inflection I think every organization now needs to solve for. If you really look at where we today are, a lot of our effort is going into building these AI platforms or the ecosystem. What we are already thinking is, how do we utilize that bandwidth that gets thus created into doing something more meaningful, which in this context could be, maybe doing more drug development, which is complex generics and which is possibly even innovator drugs. India has the right talent, the right ecosystem. I think we just need to start thinking and evaluating those opportunities to see what would it take us to get there. So,
I agree, because if you look at the largest pharma companies of the world, outside India, a lot of the science R&D comes from India, and it has always been a wonder about why is it that we are not able to do it in-house. And is there anything specific that you would like to add to that? I'll come to you, Vikash. Right.
Yeah, surely. I mean, I can pass it on to Devesh, but I would say that the technology or the know-how or the R&D, the research or the formulation comes from India, but commercial viability of the product may not be to our advantage. If you really look at Teva, 95% of our clinical trials for the company happens in India. We do a lot of, formulation, drug development. But do we sell any of it in India? The answer is no. I think that is where the answer lies, that commercially, do we have a market that has the appetite for it? And when the generics can be made available for a cheaper price, maybe the innovator drug doesn't find its feet. Devesh, I can...
In India, you mean? In India. But you can still find that wonder drug and sell it in US, right?
We are doing that.
You are doing that.
Exactly.
Just to add to it, I think 3 perspectives in addition to what Pooja said, Anup. One is, if we look at our educational curriculum, particularly in the context of pharmaceutical sciences, it's very manufacturing. I mean, I'm a B Pharmacy graduate and I did my MBA into pharmaceutical management, so I've lived through it. So it's a very manufacturing-oriented curriculum that we have, and it is changing. Pharmacy Council of India is working on it to make it a bit more research-based. Now, to your comment that you made, that if you look at the clinical research labs of some of the biggest pharmaceutical companies, most of the faces that you will find out there are Indian faces. And the reason why that is happening is most of these folks are pursuing their higher studies, whether it's PhDs and the postdocs outside of India. So that's one factor. The second factor is that there are companies like Immunoleel is there, Zumator is there. These are Indian companies based in India. They're working on new molecules. The issue comes in is from a funding perspective. When we talk about the PEs and the VCs based in India, they don't have the kind of deep pockets that would need for the preclinical research and even clinical phase 1 kind of a research. Most of these PEs who are investing in biotech companies are based in the Boston area of the US. So I think those are the... Boston, California, some bit of Silicon Valley, and again, I'm not referring to the AI piece of it, but that level of funding would be required for Indian pharma companies.
Because I'll come to you. Basically, you are a manufacturing person, you said. And Kerala is not traditionally, I would say, known in a nice way for manufacturing. We have been branded as a place where manufacturing will not thrive, whereas our neighbors would do nice manufacturing, like Pinia or Sri Perumbudur or things like that. But we believe that there is an opportunity with the IR 4.0, as they call it, with the robotics and the automated revolution of manufacturing. We believe that Kerala can actually get into the foray of manufacturing, okay? Which means you wouldn't see the larger factories with hundreds of thousands of people working in a glove factory. but rather would have one automated factory which can be controlled by a few people, which could even take the manufacturing revolution across the villages or the towns of Kerala. Have you seen good examples of IR 4.0 in your experience? That is the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is the automation in manufacturing. If so, what are some of those things that you have seen? And I'll come to that other question a little later, but is there examples of automation that you have seen in the manufacturing industry that you can narrate to us?
Okay, thanks, Anup. Let me answer in two ways. Okay, so when it comes to the manufacturing, it has to have its latent positioning. Either you are close to your supplier or you are close to your end customer. In B2B, the end customer is the one who is the aggregator, and or you are close to a geopolitical situation or like you have a harbor, natural draft you have. So when it comes to the manufacturing per se, if there is a build to print, yes, it is possible. So if you see logically also, all these countries which are close to the harbor, they are naturally good traders, right? And very few of the manufacturing you could see. I was reading about the VinFast who gone to Tuticorin because it was near to the port, because their intention was to export. So when it comes to a state like Kerala has its own advantages. I think abundance of advantages we have here in Kerala is that how are we looking at from an ecosystem perspective. So I give you my second answer to it. What are we looking at as a Kerala? For example, when you have set up a GCC, are you still calling it as a capability, or you started calling it as a competency, right? So in engineering parlance, what it is, there are 4 stages of a GCC. One is workbenches, right? There are 50 people waiting for a job to be done in a clear, defined, standard manner. So there is a job comes, wherever it comes from, they will be deployed and they do the job. Second stage is the capability. These set of people have certain capability to operate on, right? And that's what India is hovering at the moment. Because if you remember, 15 years ago, we will call BPO, KPOs, that was a workbenches. So there is a natural progression for India which has happened. Third stage is the competency center, wherein the patents are getting filed and India is getting a little bit name on it, which means there is an ecosystem who can breed those people or a talent. And third stage goes for an excellence, wherein everything designed, developed here in India, right? So what we call it as an engineering side, we are calling ourselves as a competency centers, not a capability, because those capabilities have gone par now. I mean, working on an Excel sheet is not a competency anymore. It's not even a capability now, right? It's a basic need. So when you say what Kerala has, it has in abundance, right? So if we are operating, we need to first of all define which slot we are in. We are still in a workbench, then we need a lot of people. If we are at a capability center, we need to create capabilities around. And if you're already reached to a competency center, that means fewer people, targeted audience or companies to attack on. Manufacturing could be a great incentive if the Kerala would like to come up with, because automation is coming, but it's going to be derailed for a while, at least for next 10 years. That's what my understanding is.
The next 10 years, you don't see automation happening in India?
No, I would not say not happening. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we are at the moment in a confused state.
And labor is not that expensive as it is in the Western countries.
Yeah, I'll give you, Anup, a very dramatic, we make a product, right? And if you call it, Germany has in a BOM, bill of material, has close to 11% of labor. You go to US, it's around about 8.5 to 9%. You go to Japan, it's 8%. Mexico is around about 4%. China is ranging between 3% to 8%. The Shanghai is at 8% now. India is 1.5%.
Yeah. So
What can you bring on that BOM is 7%. And if you that automate it, you exactly reach to the same place where the electricity is still cheaper in Germany than in India. So I think we need to hit exactly what we need instead of hitting everywhere. And that's what I am trying to do together with my colleagues are. We don't need 5,000 people because we are generating jobs for ourselves. We are within the group entity. So we did develop ourselves. So point is, we need competencies now, not capabilities. Soon, in 10 years, Africa would be coming as a capability because they are learning English like their own language now. So they have the model of China and India for them. So they are running faster than us.
No, I understand. Basically, the time of automation is yet to come in India. Automation will happen in a certain, speed and pace and probably at scales, smaller scales. And eventually it might get there, but in a longer term.
But you don't have an advantage of automation
understand the
at this
constant-
stage.
yeah, absolutely, I
But when it comes to quality, yes, of course, then you have. Like pharmaceutical, automation is must.
I'll come to Anup. Anup, you have been working as a CTO, right? So yesterday I saw Minister of IT, Ashwini Vaishnav in Davos, right? There was a question being asked about, looks like India is a tier 2 AI destination. This was the question. I don't know if some of you have watched that video. You are either heavily dependent on US or China for your foundational models and the hardware that is required to run AI, right? Which is true, because we are at the mercy. I don't know if any NVIDIA people is here, but there are, we have a huge dependency on NVIDIAs and the AMDs and the Intels to get our GPUs. We have a huge dependency on the OpenAIs and the Googles and the DeepSeeks and all the other models for our foundational models. We have not developed anything. So why is it that we are missing out on this disruptive technological incidents that are happening in the world, be it internet or be it smartphone and electronics or be it AI? Why do we always miss the bus, in your opinion?
Okay, very good question actually. In fact, the one short answer if I want to give, lack of depth in knowledge. It's hard, but it is true. We have knowledge and we have capabilities and we have engineers working probably at the top layers, not at the bottom layers, and which people who can work on maybe on NPUs, condensing models into that smaller, available GPU power, and customizing models and writing foundational models. We lack that. I mean, that's the truth. So why that is not happening, that is something that we also have to go back to academia.
Professor,
And
yes,
also,
I was about to say that
yeah.
The next question will be to you, Professor. Yes.
It's a partnership between the industry and the academia that has to be, promoted well, and also incentivized probably from the government as well to, push that, because this is something that we should not miss. Probably this is something very important for us, also for our, survivability as well. And depending on, large language models may not be the solution for India, probably. For example, we work on...
I was not only talking about LLMs. It's
Yeah.
about every
Any
single
models.
disruptive technology that happens in the world. We are not participating.
We are not part of it.
Yeah, but that is what, except maybe UPI is something that we have done as an application revolution. But other than that, I don't think we have invented anything that has really impacted the world. Whereas if you go back in time, I think we have done quite a few things which disrupted the world. And why is it that we are not doing it is a question that I wanted to throw at you as a technologist.
Yeah, so we are actually very good at chasing and then conquering it, actually. That is the truth. At the same time, see, we have some really great brains. They probably don't have it with us in India, actually. That's a problem, actually. I mean, that's another true fact that we have to deal with as well. This is the same thing when we put that question back to how to bring GCC investments back into India, to Kerala basically as well. So we supply a lot of, say, IT professionals earlier from Kerala to outside Kerala within India. Around 20% of Indian workforce is actually Keralites. Out of the total, I think 5 million plus workforce. So it's the same situation we are going to face probably on the AI as well, unless we invest and then nurture that, specifically collaborating with universities, in fact, specific universities, and put a lot of effort on, say, real engineering work. We have a lot of superficial and an application level works going on. So it's very hard for me to find people who are really able to, say, condense models into NPU level, smaller. If I want to run something for automotive is one area where you see that a lot of lot of AI is already applied and running around us. I mean, we see most of the ADAS vehicles, it's nothing but it's AI actually. Nobody knows. 10, 15 years back, we were working on AI. Nobody knows that we were working on. But it's all very, very efficiently written models, in fact. Now that's a hype actually, and bubble going to burst probably in application.
Going to burst, that is a word that I would like to...
Application level maybe, yeah, but still the foundational things will still persist, I think. Yeah. So then we are also working on systems supporting medical systems, semiconductor manufacturing, automation areas. Models working for that. They also want privacy. They don't want their data to be leaving the shop floor or maybe the manufacturing floor or even the hospital section. So privacy is very important when we are dealing with the models as well. So these are aspects that we need to take care within our, say, technology focus and work with the universities. That's what I say, and create a good ecosystem of startups probably, because that's something very much required for these model developments as well. Because cost effectively, if we want to develop, we really need to focus on that as well. Startups who can work on large language models, supporting that as well actually.
Yeah. Thank you, Anup. This would have been much nicer to have these pictures out there, and then I didn't have to look at the phone for your names, you know. But Professor, I want to come back to you. I asked the same question. So basically, Anup mentioned about the lack of depth in knowledge, right? I have a thesis that I always follow. I believe that to have, and Sunil is here, and we discuss this quite often, is you need mathematicians and statisticians to be brought onto the mainstream to build excellent AI and machine learning models. Is that happening in India? Or why is it not happening? I mean, we talk about all this industry academia collaboration, triple helix model, all that has been talked about for the last decade or few decades. Ever since I've started working, I've been hearing this industry academia collaboration. It does not seem to be working very well. It does not seem to be, like, you're not putting scientists onto the task, like you're not putting physics onto the electronics. You always think that electronics engineer will have to work on electronics. That is not true. We all know that. We want mathematicians to be working on machine learning models. That is not happening. Why this disconnect? What is happening here?
So great question. Let me first say that Indian brains are very great, means if you see all university professors, mostly are Indians. So it's not that they born there and they learn education there. I think the opportunity they got in US to try out something, failing it, so the risk involved in losing is much less in US than India. So I think if you can cover up that risk factor, that suppose I do something, if I lose, there is some backup is there. That way more people will take a risk, Many will fail, but some will pop up. That is the one aspect we have to look into. Second thing is basically industria, academia disconnect. If you see, there are many chair positions has been offered in US University by industry. They sponsor their students. They sponsor the labs there. In India, most of the good institutions are government institutions. The funding is coming from DST. So there is a bottleneck how private industry would set up something in government. If that, I think we can channelize, okay, there is a proper model without losing the autonomy of the institute, and then industry doesn't look for the immediate profit, but do a long-term investment, and 10 years they get the profit or returns in the workforce they want to do. So I think those kind of a model we have to try, and moreover, we have to build a consortium. Let's say IITs in every institute or good institution in a particular state, then they collaborate with the smaller institute, and then they work together with medical institute, law university, that consortium. So I think people have to talk to each other, visit each other places, mobility has to be enabled, and such kind of an event like this is the one such event which many people are from different disciplines are coming. So once I know the other person, I know the problem. Let's say I work in mathematics, but I don't know how mathematics can be useful in law or in pharmacology or in the aerospace industry. So I think there, if you tell the problem, and then I think people start discussing, dialogue would happen, and then you will see the lot of innovation, incubation, and other thing would happen. And now I think you see that there is a ranking. So every institutions are building a good ranking. Like we are not in the QS ranking in top 100 institution. So why people would prefer to study, even Indian would like to study in good institute. He will be a bright person, he will have a good score, he will go US and study there. And then US would give better good opportunity to find very good salary. So I think we have to work from ground to top level. We have to improve our education system, develop the state-of-the-art lab facility. Faculty should be given autonomy to interact with industry without much of a interruption, visit frequent to different places, and that I think would bring a transformational, cultural difference in the mindset. And then I think you will see that there is a person who works 6 months in my lab would work another 6 months in the industry, and then finally something good product would come out. And also one more thing I want to do that, we have to visit India. We are solving most of the time US problem, Europe problem. We don't solve Indian problem. We have a lot of problems in India within itself. Water quality, air quality, you just name any problem. But mostly time incentives are coming from the Western problem. We don't have incentive to work on Indian problem unless we build an incentive for working on Indian problem, because largest number of patients are in India, population wise we are higher. So many people are going abroad and studying and paying a lot of hard-earned money into the US university. If we imagine those monies come to India, it would transform our education system. So I think we have to work in all aspects.
Absolutely, Doctor. But this, yeah, I mean, I still believe that, I think things are changing slowly, because one of the reasons is teacher used to be the single source of truth. I was telling this today morning to someone. Now that is not. GPT is the primary source of truth for all of us. So even if the teacher is saying something, the kids will actually check it out on Gemini or GPT, and that suddenly teacher is challenged, right? So that might have that kind of a challenge between the student and the teacher might create a more competitive ecosystem in India. But I think we are slowly closing in on our time, and I would like to take one last round with each one of you about one area that is going to get disrupted with AI, in your opinion, in the next 5 years. And just give a sentence of what is it that you think will change.
Okay. Difficult one to start with only one. So for me, again, I have a bias towards healthcare and life sciences because I come from that particular domain. In my understanding, and I'll keep India into my focus. Thanks for bringing that focus, Doctor. From my perspective, AI is going to significantly disrupt the healthcare delivery, from provider to patients in the way that we deliver healthcare as of today. That's going to be significantly disrupted.
How do you see that happening? How do you envision that happening?
So I think
I get a fever. What will happen?
Yeah, so what will happen is, I was attending a presentation by SAS earlier, right? So number one, we are talking about the accuracy of diagnosis. So if we talk about the country as a whole, I don't know if you have these, if someone has, ever heard this metric. We have 11% of deaths, in-clinic deaths happen because of misdiagnosis. And so I'm talking about AI coming into the play and helping us with more accurate diagnosis. That's number one. I can go through the entire life cycle of healthcare and life
I
sciences.
think
So
we'll stick with
yeah,
this
I'll leave
one.
it to there.
Renu, what do you think is going to change in your life in the next 5 years with AI?
I don't know about my life, but then because I come from retail right now, what I can say is retail is definitely going to change. So proactively we'll be working on what product is selling more, which SKU, and proactively which store, where, and we proactively will be having that stock and channels to supply that and everything. And apart from that, I would say that in education, so I am an engineering graduate, so I can relate to what more is that the curriculum which we have. So tier 2 colleges and tier 3 colleges, the curriculum which we have is not relevant at all. So what they are, studying is very theoretical, and what we are implementing is, we are talking about models, and they are just talking about the theory. So that will disrupt, and that has to change, I would say.
Nice. So one of the things that I just remembered about how our life would change. A startup came to me once and said that, they want to create a new saloon where I can actually prompt and say, I'm getting married, and I can prompt and define my hairstyle, and they will do the style like that. So, a little bit of cut on this side, a little bit cut on that side, and the spike or something like that, and they can do this boutique service for you. I'm just,
So just to add that, my sister is getting married. So she is doing that, okay, change this dress this way, and add this to it. So simply it is entirely changed. She is doing everything by herself. She does not need a designer, and so yeah, that's there.
So rather than, thinking about the larger things, like, small things in your life could just get disrupted with AI. And I'm going to ask you about that. You said that the bubble is going to burst, so I'll come to you. Renu, your thoughts. Yeah.
So,
No, I was asking you, telling you. No, Renu, you can.
that's Renu.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pooja.
I'm Pooja. So I think it is going to be widely seen in the way we live today. You gave an example of that boutique services given to you at your home. She spoke about the wedding trousseau. We today see it in multiple different startups. If you see Lenskart, it gives you an option to select how you want to, conventional models are getting disrupted across. But I think a large change that will happen is that today we want to adapt AI in everything that we are doing. In the next 5 years, our leaders and talent would like to understand. Today we say AI in loop. Possibly the next big question to solve for is going to be human in lead and AI in loop. How do we create that ecosystem? Because the talented, talented workforce would not want to be fully, be led by AI. So how are we thinking about that paradigm to say human in lead, but AI in loop? Today everybody is saying AI in loop, human in loop. So I'm already thinking that what would that generation look like when they will say, what would that leadership look like? I'm already trying to think 5 years from now, what would my role look like? So whilst in smaller things, we will see things getting disrupted. I can give you another example, closer home. I have 2 nieces. One of them is 8, another one is 12. The 12-year-old, when she has homework, she types to find what she needs, and the 8-year-old talks to AI. It's a change.
Yeah,
it's
is a habitual
generational
change.
change.
Yeah, habit change. Yeah.
So I think they will, the way we operate, the way we live, conventional models will get disrupted for sure.
Absolutely.
And I
Today
still
morning,
write.
that Bhashini online translating the speeches was a delight to watch. Actually, I was reading the Malayalam that was getting generated, and it is pretty good, I have to say. So we are getting there. Anup.
Yeah, thank you for that question. In fact, I have 2 major points to say. One is the healthcare. Of course, I think already mentioned, but healthcare will probably change, not probably, I think it will change, more accessible and personalized. That's how I see is going to happen. So it will be accessible for masses, the way personalized to them, probably to the gene level. I think that is what actually probably we will see in 5 to 10 years, or maybe even faster. So that's the first thing. On a social background as well, higher impact, and then probably also Kerala has a very, very good footprint for utilizing that as well, I think. The second one is actually on the software, because I also work on the software side.
Fantastic. I just want to say a word here.
Yeah.
Anthropic CEO yesterday came and made a statement stating that within 1 year, all software engineering will be automated. Just to add to that.
Yeah, so it's going there only, actually, what I'm saying. So the software industry will probably see a drastic change to the level, every software probably will be custom software. If I want a software for office purpose, that will be a custom software for me, actually, because it doesn't take much time and effort now to deliver that. As an example, I could deliver something of 30 to 50 man-months worth of software in less than a month, actually. That's the truth, and we are doing it.
And that is happening now.
Yes.
Do you think that will even come down, is the question?
Of course, of course. See, this is with the kind of model maturity, which is maybe less than 50%, actually. Once that goes beyond 60, 70%, actually, we are getting really, really capable, say, enablers. So one thing that also probably this is something that I didn't tell earlier, the speed at which we chase this is also very important. We cannot be too fast and too slow as well, because both the cases actually will disturb the social scenario. We have to be on the speed which is sustainable for the human, actually. So otherwise it will displace humans on the both sides. Industry will overpower, and then it will ask for more profitability if it's too slow. Humans are not trained well and not catching up. And if you are moving fast, that is also a problem, actually. Yeah.
So 2 areas, software engineering and healthcare. Yes, because.
Okay, I think what going to happen which is happening and going to happen in next few years is the quality of analysis and quality of delivery. This is absolutely, which I can see it also. What we're going to happen in next 5 years is a prediction. I think we will be using AI for more of a predictability analysis. What going to happen? I am staying away, jobs will go or not, that is probably not the right discussion point. Of course, the job will go, which is basic workbench jobs. This will go. But I am more interested in, which I'm already together with my team starting, is the prediction side. That is the key to watch out for. And I think I'm not from healthcare, but I learned Pfizer is doing a lot on this side. And I think Pfizer is the company to be watch out for next 10 years. That's what I believe the way they are going.
Pfizer is in trouble with us.
Sorry?
Pfizer is in deep trouble, actually, post-COVID. Anyway, that's a different story. Professor.
So I would say academics has already changed because of ChatGPT, OpenAI. Now student doesn't really like to do assignment that we do earlier. Now they ask question to ChatGPT, submit those assignment.
Professor, I'll just interrupt and ask this question, since you are into the education. Do you think you'd need universities in the future, or this institutes for that matter?
So I will just come to that. So as you know that generative AI is actually generating, and it will also make mistake. You need to train a manpower who can find out what mistake it can make, because any mistake can have a catastrophic effect. You use in healthcare, one wrong medicine can kill a lot of people. So you need to educate people to discover what problems AI can generate. And that is where I think we have to now orient ourselves and train people to understand what is AI, learn AI, and then find out what mistake it can do, so that you can create better AI which doesn't do those mistakes. And that is where you have to teach AI. And then I think it's like it cannot be taught itself. Another thing which I want to say, that the education system, I think you have to focus on basic STEM. Unless they know fundamentals, if they only know the tool, let's say PyTorch or maybe some library, you cannot be creative. So why we are missing the boat? Because we have to be creative. We have to think through what could be the problem in 5 years. And that is where I think we have to ensure that we preserve our humanity and the culture by, bringing a lot of other, enablers which will allow us to think beyond just like writing a code or generating an image or generating a music. So I think that is where faculty and industry and government has to come together. And then only you can see disruptive technology from India, because that is the strength we have. We have very big, diverse culture. We have a lot of languages. We have different, scenarios, people, food habit, everything is so different. We don't want to be identical. We have to preserve that uniqueness that we have and then use that for creating new businesses. I think that is where I think the AI should be used, and that's how it can be useful in future.
Absolutely. Thank you, Doctor. Any questions? If there are no questions from audience, then we can safely assume that all we did was a futile exercise. Thank you. Thank you for whoever has raised their hand. Yes, yes.
Hi, I'm Nevin Robert. I'm building something called Guardian AI. And my question is very simple. We have been speaking about large language models a lot. And we have already missed out on that bus as a nation. We have kind of missed out on that. What do you think we can do in its place? Maybe focus on hyper-specific models just for certain functions. So we as a country, we build the best small language model which can just do that particular function in the best efficient way. What do you think about that approach in the first place? So I want to ask this to Dr.
Yes, so I think small language model is the race we can win with the current infrastructure, because that you can even keep in your mobile phone or in tablet or in a smaller computer. And that is the target specific language model has to be the niche that we can create, and that's I think we should focus on. Because the IT infrastructure and other thing, power requirement for LLMs are very high, data curation. So I think it's a really good idea to do a lot of research in small language model. That's how we should actually focus our students. Like I told you, you should solve our local problem. And that is where I think creating a niche data for a particular problem is the thing that we have to focus on. I think that's the right way to go about it.
Got it. And can I ask one more question? Okay. So if a 25-year-old student or an entrepreneur or an engineer or a doctor who is out there who wants to do some systemic level change, or who wants to do something very much aspirational, like country scale or even a continent scale, where should somebody with no connections, no political connections start? And how can he leverage like everything that we have here in this room, on the stage, wherever we have, how should we approach this? Anybody can answer this, so.
Hear the question.
I can tell you that as an organization, maybe we should create opportunities for creating this sandbox environment for younger talent to come forward and have this disruptive way of thinking to say, I want to make a change which is which could kind of take the country forward or provide the impetus. So if we are able to kind of commit to that and create that ecosystem where, like Google does a lot of this innovation lab kind of setup where they provide these young entrepreneurs the space, the resources, and everything that you need. I don't think currently I see a lot of organizations do it. We do a lot of internship programs, but specific to pharma, I think it's such a regulated environment that even to create a sandbox, we have to go in the long loop of getting approvals, and a lot of creativity gets killed there. I don't think I have a perfectly good answer for you, but I think I would ask the governments to kind of maybe create certain...
I can talk about a few things. There is a Bharat AI, Bharat Gen initiative that is happening. Into which you can contribute. The Bharshini that you saw today morning and many other vernacular language platforms that are coming up is the product of Bharshini. With India AI coming up, I think they will create a curated set of data my take with the government has always been that in Kerala has got one of the best healthcare data sets in the entire world. We are not annotating it, anonymizing it, and publishing it to the researchers and the startups to train models on top of it. I think we should create those data sets. There is a state data exchange program that is being envisioned by Kerala State IT Mission, and I'm hoping that that SDX program will give us access to data. Up until now, there was a person sitting here called Sunil. He runs an organization called ICFOS, which is a free and open source software center. And they actually curate data sets, climate data, micro-weather data, etc., and you can build models on top of it. ISRO has opened up a certain amount of data that is coming from the space stations, which you can access and start training models on. So, if not anything, you can go to Kaggle and get your data sets and start training models on. So, basically, there are data sets that are available wherein you can start building or training models, but I think we need to have an incremental training mechanism which we need to build, which I'm hoping that with the India AI mission in place will happen. Anything
Yes, I mean, see, the other part of the question that you had was whether it should be local, country level, continental level, kind of a. There is a pro model that I typically follow, which is, anything to do with, first of all, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Focus has to be on the problem now. Whether that problem is a local problem or a global problem, that's something that. The second, so P, then R is what is the risk-taking appetite that you have, right? How much of risk that you can take. Third is R again, which is the resource. What kind of resources do you have versus what you need? And last but not the least, and very important, is the outcome. What is the outcome that you want to sort of achieve at the end of the day? So whether it's a state level issue that we are resolving, to Doctor's point earlier, or a country level issue that we are resolving, at the end of the day, it has to be a problem statement that needs to be defined. And if I have to sum it up, that's what we call as entrepreneurship, right? Yeah. So that's how it comes.
Thank you everyone.
And another point would be, so let's say you have the idea, you know the outcome, but maybe there may be one more point which you are not able to tell, maybe, I don't know. You may be looking for a mentorship which you don't know how to get it, what to do it. So probably LinkedIn is the best place to put in your, look out for the help.
Got it.
Any other questions from anyone? Yes? Did I open a Pandora's box? Yes, I did.
Hello, everyone at the panel. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Hello, Anup. My question would be, can AI save lives? Let me break that down. Not replacing doctors or our unseen heroes, which is nurses and doctors, right? Not them, but we survived COVID. Okay, can AI kind of deflect or understand something serious is coming through? Or if you take patients for that matter, can they kind of understand or previously know if something is going to impact them as a patient? So will that help for the patients and for the healthcare industry?
I'll answer that question at 36,000 feet, right? Okay. So you're talking about the proactive, you're talking about the prevention.
Yes.
So first of all, we have number of examples in front of us from a reactive, control. Now, I would not go into COVID. COVID is a well-known story. True. The vaccine came within 9 months of the pandemic. And that was made possible because we were using a lot of data that was there with us on, and models on top of it. And then we were able to identify the protein structure of the, of the virus very quickly. And hence we were able to bring the vaccine into the market. And by the way, I know there are conspiracy theories out there, but we haven't seen major side effects yet, which have been published or proven yet. I mean, I'll not get into the details. The second aspect from a reactive, and I'll come to the proactive piece of it, is most of us in the room are wearing smartwatches, right? And the technologies and the algorithms and the models that we use, the fall. So if we have a fall and immediately that gets sort of notified to whatever emergency contact that you have in your phone, that's also saving lives. And we have number of examples, wherein if there is an athlete who goes beyond a certain limit of BPM, which is heartbeats per minute, the technology from the wearables would alert that you're going beyond a certain limit of endurance that your body can tolerate, and that comes from the data that has already been collected by that wearable, over the period of time. And I know this because recently, while working out, my wearable gave me an alert that you're going beyond a certain level and you need to stop.
True.
And so those are the kind of examples. Now, the other example is we've learned as a medical fraternity, as a healthcare fraternity, from the pandemic that we just had. So what is happening now is we are actually reading and analyzing a lot of disease patterns across the different parts of the globe and trying to predict the next pandemic. So what is the possibility of the next pandemic that would come in, and what kind of pandemic that would be? Again, there's a lot to be done in that zone yet, but there are numerous examples, in terms of how technology, how AI is preventing lives, and I'm using the term preventing lives.
Thank you very much. One last thing, if I may. So when you have AI in the healthcare system, right? So on the left-hand side, you have the doctors, nurses, and the entire faculty, which is going to use them. On the right-hand side, you have the actual patients who's actually going to probably get use of it. Now, when you put AI in the middle, how are they upskilling the doctors and nurses? How can they be upskilled? Because obviously, this is going to disrupt their day-to-day workflow. And how can patient be used as well in this? Anyone can answer this?
Professor gave a very good answer to that, to say we will continue to need human intelligence to validate till such time AI starts giving us compliant, reliable results. So see it as an augmentation to what we are doing today, and the intelligence, that's why I also gave an example to say human in lead and AI in loop. So I don't see human intelligence getting replaced with AI. It will only keep getting augmented more and more. So to give you an example, earlier they used to say if you need, let's say there's a knee pain, oh, there is a best doctor in AIIMS, you go there. What is that doctor's, why that reference? Because that doctor has years of experience of seeing certain images, and that is his intelligence. Now all of that is centered in an AI tool, and a doctor can further supplement to the existing data. So I would say it's augmenting what we are doing and not replacing. So the patient and the doctor and AI, better outcomes, more predictive outcomes, and better diagnosis of it. Somebody also spoke about better diagnostics, right?
Thank you.
I just wanted to add to what was just said now. See, when you consider doctors and nurses getting replaced, I think it is not that way. They are getting co-pilots basically. They're getting an assistance basically. So the way that they will be using, and I know some of them, they are getting, say, earlier, consider a situation that, okay, you want to consult a doctor, and you go there, and then you have to wait there for a long time actually, and to meet the doctor, because he has to process the data as well, which was from the previous patient, and then move on with the next patient. So this takes a lot of time actually. So this can be reduced much higher rate, and then still doctors get benefited, say, contents data which can be useful, even considering the patient's long time history actually. So that's where actually the history of that patient, which is, say, for Kerala, that's another benefit we have. We have the biggest data sets available. So if I go meet one doctor, say my entire history is with him, and he can quickly come to a conclusion with the current situation and then advise the right medicines actually. And I'm happy with that, and doctor will be able to move on to the next patient, and he will be able to serve probably another, say, 50% or 100% more patients on the same day actually. So that's how actually it should be moved, rather than doctors getting replaced. And we don't want actually, we want actually the doctors to be there for us and serving the same way.
Definitely, thank you.
Just to add one more example. So when we talk about good surgeons, so people take months to get the appointment from good surgeons. But at the moment with robotic arms, surgeons are doing like 400% more surgeries in a day. So it is already there, already getting executed. So this is how AI will impact on healthcare, I would say.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we have one more question, and I think we'll take that and close the session.
Yes, sir. Myself, Dr. Srirag. I'm working as a veterinary surgeon of Trivandrum Municipal Corporation. So earlier the question was how this AI would be useful for doctors. Actually, I'm working on rabies, a project on rabies, and where we are actually trying to develop a model which can predict rabies outbreak. So we are using a lot of parameters, like in certain months the bite cases are moved from dogs to humans, and again we are actually detecting the dog population and counting those dogs which are sterilized, which are vaccinated. So I think, and again we are taking the data of waste accumulated in each area. So everything is connected with rabies. So around 10 to 12 parameters are there. Based on that, we are actually formulating a model. So its work is going on. So in this manner, I think this thing can be done to various, predicting various diseases, whether it is leptospirosis or a dengue or so. For doctors, this is something very good. But the problem is that I think my question is actually, when I studied my Bachelor of Veterinary Sciences, nothing sort of AA was in my syllabus. So this is the correct time to change the curriculum. So is it the correct time to change our curriculum?
It absolutely is. And so first of all, again, I can't speak on behalf of Medical Council of India. I surely can share some insights from a Pharmacy Council of India because I've been a member of it. So the curriculum is being changed, but I want to demystify something out here. You know, typically when we start thinking about upskilling or reskilling from an AI perspective, the first thing that comes to our mind is AI engineer, right? How do I code? That could be true, but that's not entirely true. The upskilling and reskilling, when we talk about in the context of AI, is not just AI engineer, it's also the AI user, right? How we use the technology. So I use Claude all the time. But if I'm not able to write the correct prompts, I will not get the right outputs out of it. To answer your question, yes, absolutely, the time cannot be better than now to be able to bring in some of these elements of, I would say, AI literacy, if not expertise, in some of these domains and professions, you know, which are not necessarily very engineering kind of professions. But as I said, AI is not engineering. AI reskilling is or upskilling is more to do with the usage of it.
So I will like to tell two things. One is AI is overly confident right now. They tell all the things with very confident, and we have to be careful with that confidence. And then if you say them, oh, you are wrong, then they will also apologize in very polite way. In general, humans doesn't behave like that, So that, and then another thing is about AI. So like. I am preparing, there is a IIPH, PHFI, and IIST and ISRO together. We are creating a, 30 hours long, lecture for medical professional, where we want to educate from basic math to the CNN to AI and different application in medical fraternity. So the idea is, I think, only educators along with the industries and people who know their subject, I think they can create learning materials, can be given for free or with little charges to the available in an online or offline way. And then let us encourage people to participate in those discussions like we are discussing here. I think unless awareness is there, we cannot really understand the thing. So most of the time, it should not be a fancy story. We should be aware of the limitation, benefits of this thing, and then you can use the tool in a much more responsible way. That's what I would like to say here.
Thank you, Professor.
Very quickly, I have a problem in my right eye, and I developed it, I think, 2 weeks ago, and I'm traveling since then. So I see wavy from the right eye, and a little bit of haze. So sorry? So I don't know what it is. So the book I cannot read, so I have to read like this. Then we can discuss after this. So, and my travel schedule is really bad. I mean, January, February was, or February going to be even worse. So I asked the ChatGPT. Yeah. And I said ChatGPT, and I have a Copilot, right? So I learned one thing, that I have to give a right input to have a right output, right? So I said, I am observing. I wrote a good, nice paragraph. I have observing 2 weeks, right eye, little bit of haziness when I wake up, giving a whole story. And then I made a drawing, say how the picture looks like when I look at from my eyes. So I draw a kind of a tree and then says hazy on this side, rest looks okay. Uploaded. You know the result was, I should immediately go for a surgery. And I was at the airport, I said, what should I do now? Then I asked the co-pilot. That one saying surgery, but I don't think so. They says, yeah, you should go for an OCT, right? There's some kind of a test wherein you can define, is there any depression? No, not that one. It was something to do with the ophthalmologist. And so then I was wondering, this is a dangerous thing to touch. All the while I was not so scared, but now I am. So the moment I'll be back from my overseas trip, I think I'm going to land up in a hospital straight away. Because I've got a little bit of something in the back of my mind. So that's something.
I guess we need to wind up due to the paucity of time. Yeah, I mean, ending on that note, I think AI has been promoting suicides among youngsters. We have heard stories about adolescents committing suicide, taking counseling from ChatGPT. So I think it's a very, very dangerous plane that we are, riding. And we need to be very careful about how this is going to change our world. But at the same time, I can tell a proposal that I would take probably a week to write can now be done in, 2 hours if you put your mind to it. So there is definitely some productivity improvements that has happened. There is definitely a lot of ethical considerations that has happened, mishaps that has happened, but I think we need to make the best out of it. And I thank all you ladies and gentlemen for being this wonderful panel and contributing. And I hope that the next time we meet, AI has definitely touched our lives in one way or the other, and we'll discuss that in detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anup sir, for concluding that. Interesting discussion, panel mates. Please stay back. We would like to, send out you with a memento for the time that you have spent and for the wonderful insights that you have shared. I would like to request Sri Rajesh Kumar, Additional Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Kerala's IT Mission, to please come to the stage to give away the mementos. We would like to start with Sri Anup Ampika, Chief Executive Officer, Kerala Startup Mission, for wonderfully moderating this session. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Deepak Mishra, Professor, Indian Institute of Space Science Technology, Trivandrum. I would like to invite Dr. Vikas Prasad, President and Managing Director, Webasto Roof Systems India. Thank you, Doctor. Sri Anup Rajagopal, CTO, GXP Technologies. Srimati Pooja Singh, Head of GPS and India Teva Pharmaceuticals. Please, ma'am. Thank you. Srimati Renu Gupta, Global Leader, and GCC. Thank you so much for the insightful talks. Shri Divesh Kumar Singla, SVP, Global Operation Services and Managing Director, India Signant Health. Thank you, sir, for the insightful conversation. Yes, thank you, panelists. Thank you so much for that insightful talk, and we do hope the discussion on AI's impact goes beyond this panel and more into the
future. So yes, that's it. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining us today. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next panel discussion, we have the interesting topic of convergence of AI and deep technologies. I would like to invite the panelists to the stage. We will start with Professor Penan Chinnaswamy, Faculty, IIT Mumbai, and Director, Rural Data Research and Analytics Labs, IITB. Professor, can we have you on stage, please? Welcome. Now, I would like to request Dr. Pankaj Kumar Saab, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, NIT. Welcome, sir. Dr. Shekhar L. Kuriakose, Member Secretary, KSDMA. So can we please have you on stage? Dr. Deepthi K., Associate Professor, Central University, Kerala. Welcome, ma'am. Sri Nitish Ampuj, Head AI and Intelligent Automation, Ericsson. Welcome, sir. Sri Alok Vidya, Head of Pre-Sales India Public Sector Business, AWS. Sri Sunanto Bhattacharya, Chief Revenue Officer, Yota Data Services Private Limited. And our moderator, Dr. V. Raghava Muttaraju, Associate Professor, IIT Palakkad. Over to you, Professor.
Hello all. So this is the last session for the related to the panel discussions, and so we have this wonderful panel with us. So earlier I was told that we are short on time, but thankfully we still have 45 minutes. So we'll be discussing, so I'll talk a bit about the topic itself, right, which is the convergence of AI and deep tech, or deep technologies such as IoT, biotechnologies, quantum technologies, space technologies, and so on. So these are the technologies that have undergone several years of research. A lot of funding has been put in, and more importantly, they have seen the light of the day, which means there are some real-world deployments and applications, right? And so we have here panel members from different domains who work on different domains, and they have seen the usage of AI and deep technologies. So let us hear from them. So I would request each panel member to perhaps take the first 3 minutes to for the opening remarks. So this can include maybe half minute of introducing themselves, the domain in which they work, and another 1.5 minutes for the usage of AI and deep technologies in their respective domains, and another 1.5 minutes or so for the challenges of the real-world deployments. So this could be non-technical challenges as well as technical challenges. So with that, I'll pass the mic. So please let us get started. Right? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'm Nitesh Ambuj, as it was just introduced. I'm heading AI and Intelligent Automation for Ericsson. I also head innovation. We talk a lot about AI these days, and we know that we are going crazy. Industry, even governments, people, students, everybody is going after AI. But as the topic suggests, AI alone itself is not going to solve any problem. And in that we can see from different industries and different use cases that we see from AI. When we try to embed it with other technologies, when we try to use it with other domains, for example, I'll take the autonomous car that we talk a lot about. So if you see, AI is not working alone in that situation. AI is working together with technologies like IoT, Edge, and then it is making sure that we have a solution that is useful, that is futuristic. So when you see autonomous cars, what it is doing, that it is getting a lot of data from the sensors, the edge devices that it has, and then it is using the technology and decision as when to apply brakes, when to do a certain speed, when to take the turn. All that decision is being taken because it is working together with other technologies. So the data it is getting from the edge technologies, the IoT technologies, it is using that to take certain decisions. So if you know, earlier we were talking about data a lot, and then a few years back, if you go, we were talking about data as the new oil. But now if you marry data with AI, we'll have a decision. And that decision is being implemented in various fields. As I said, autonomous car is one of them, which is going to be very, very useful. And that's where we see the convergence of technology, AI with IoT, edge, and other technologies. Yeah. So challenges definitely when right now, if you see, lot of companies or a lot of organizations are putting investments on AI. But the challenge is that they are not defining the business problem first, and that is a big challenge. Because if you just try to see technology, it will not solve anything. And then when you just invest in technology without understanding how it is going to impact your business, that is the bigger challenge. And if you see the data, recently I was looking at some data from McKinsey and other organizations also, that 90 to 95% AI investment from organizations are failing. And that is not failing because AI is not solving the problem. They are failing because they do not have the right use cases. Suppose I see the buzz around AI and go and invest in AI, similar to industry, government, academics, anywhere. But I do not know what actually I want to drive from that. So that is where the challenge is. So my suggestion normally is, whenever I am interacting with someone, that first define your problem, look at your business first, whatever business you are in, be it education, policy making, technology, whatever, and what is the future that you see for your business, and then use AI and other technologies to solve that. Then only it would be helpful. So don't just blindly follow AI. Think about your problem statement first, and then see how AI can solve. So that is a challenge we have, that we are just running after technology without looking at the final outcome.
Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Deepthi K. I'm working at Department of Computer Science at Central University of Kerala. My research lies at the intersection of artificial intelligence, bioinformatics, and drug discovery. As the time is very limited, I would like to give a brief description on one of my works for which I got an international patent. The work is for developing a machine learning model for identifying drugs against newly emerging viruses, viral diseases like COVID-19, Nipah, etc. Actually, for developing a drug, it will take around 8 to 15 years. During the difficult time, emergence of a virus, it is not possible to discover a drug. So only possible thing is we have to find a drug, most appropriate drug from the existing one, and we have to give it for the disease. That is the health system do. So, for example, during Nipah time, the drug used for Ebola virus is given to treat Nipah. Similarly, during the COVID-19, for the medicines used to SARS virus, MERS virus, etc., found effective. But the problem is how we will find the most effective drug from the existing one. Actually, no methods as of now. Only what happening is a blind screening and testing it on animals and giving it to the human. That is happening during the crisis time. We have developed a method that integrates virus genomic structures and chemical structures of drugs, and which selects, which finds the most effective drug against a virus. For this, we need genomic sequence structure of the viruses. So we have to wait till we get the genomic sequence structure of the newly emerging viruses. For our research, we got it from NCBI, National Center for Biotechnology Information, works at US. They have extracted the sequence information, and we have to convert it to the numerical data. And what we want is, we have to find the most similar viruses previously emerged. Then what we can do is, the drug given for that virus can be given to the new virus. So the similarity finding is the critical factor. Similarly, we have to find most similar drugs also. Suppose one drug is found effective against Nipah virus, and similar drugs can be more effective against a virus similar to Nipah. For that, we have created a method for creating feature vectors based on virus genomic sequences and drug chemical structures, and based on the existing experimentally confirmed drug virus data, means which medicine suitable for which viruses. Some data we have available for us. Based on that, we have created labels, and like that we created some machine learning models which predicts most effective drug from the existing one. We can give it for testing in the further biological tests, wet lab experiments, and after that we can give it to try it to human. So what our model do is, it find most effective drug for a newly emerging virus based on the existing from the existing antivirals. The key challenge for this is the availability of data. First, we need virus genomics data of new virus. It will take some time to get it, and there can be less quality, noisy data, like that problem. And for a machine learning model, we need vast amount of data. Of course, the virus data is very limited for the study, but still we can go with that. Similarly, available drugs also, around 300 antiviral drugs available today. We have to use that. From that, we have to choose which one is the most suitable. And another challenge is the rapidly mutating viruses. Viruses will mutate quickly. That is, its genomic structure will change. Once we identified the structure and once we develop the drug, during that time it will change its structure to something else. So drug resistance will come and drug effectiveness will be minimized. These are the challenges.
Thank you. I'll start with a challenge that is pertinently around us. Myself, Dr. Shekhar, I'm Member Secretary to Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. If there was an AI which could actually look at the uncomfortness of the air condition of this room and balance it to the conditionalities of everybody who's sitting around, that would be the most ideal use of AI without disrupting anybody's job, right? So what she said and what he was telling could disrupt many jobs, but this wouldn't. This would only make us more happier in this room. Now, coming to what I do as my core business, I'll narrate to you 3 instances where State Disaster Management Authority resorted to the use of AI. One, some of you knew about a couple of ships trying to fathom the depths of Arabian Sea just across, right? Some of you would have known it. MSC Elsa. There was a couple of other ships. One ship, we didn't let it come to the shore. We shooed it off, told go away from us. So there were 2 ships, and there was a 3rd ship. All of them burned or sunk. There was a necessity to where the liquids within these ships could be safely drained out, and that cannot be anywhere perceivably near any of the continents wherein people live. And this challenge was passed on to me because otherwise also I do a bit of modeling, and some of my colleagues sitting abroad asked me whether I would be able to invest a bit of energy in that, and then we started working on it. We didn't go into very sophisticated tools for this. We went to subscribing to Copilot. We started with that. Very simple, very straightforward. No Newtonian science built around it. We started asking simple questions to it. Now, this is the composition of the material that we need to drain, and this is the liquid, and when it gets interacting with this level of sodium, what comes out, and when it reaches a certain depth in the ocean, how does it affect the flora fauna there? So all these questions were asked, and slowly, over a period of a month, it was able to give us reasonable, validatable, and compliant results. So results that will fit to the compliance standards of maritime organization. And then we were able to pinpoint and advocate sites far away, 3,000, 4,000 nautical miles away from any continent where human life is there, to drain out these. That's one example. Second example is very simple. Like I told you, air conditioning. So we have to do a lot of annual reports every year. Somebody would sit, there's a typist or somebody who has to keep on doing this. But if you look at our website, if you look at our YouTube or our Facebook, all the events that is being done under the auspice of State Disaster Management Authority is thrown out there. So why would some humans sit and do this mundane job of picking up photographs and putting it into a document? So we started looking at AI. While an annual report would take generally 3 months, we did in 4 months' time annual reports of 4 years, starting from COVID to now. And very simple task. But then a simple task like this in the government, if you ask some of the heads of departments who are here or sitting around, you will know would cost you one officer's entire annual salary to produce, which has been done in 4 months' time. So simple, very, very straightforward things. Third exercise that we attempted to do, and now we are going more formally with that, is we have to update our annual DM plans. Every now and then we need to update the disaster management plans. So there's a very interesting tool developed by a set of disaster managers with the support of some computer engineers like you all, called Resilience AI 360. And they came up with a tool which could generate DM plans and update it with concurrent information, not only available in public domain, but also that is fed to it through tangential databases that are available. And the results were amazing, amazingly good quality. So these are some of these mainstreaming exercises of AI, if I could put it, that we are trying to do. But we have a lot more of challenges. For example, 2018-19, we had this major floods in Kerala. All of you would be aware of those floods. We have photographs of every house that got damaged in these floods, stored in terabytes of data. Now, yes, we have already dispersed of all the relief assistance that is due, but can we utilize this data and co-look at it with respect to the geomorphology of the places where these buildings were, and we have that georeference data with us, and evolve out patterns which will help us make our buildings more safe in terms of siting those buildings, in terms of building those buildings. So this is one example of a large data, a big data, and how can we utilize AI to address these issues. So I'll stop here. We'll elaborate if there are further discussions around these things.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. This is Pankaj from NIT Rourkela. A set of problems which is very tough to crack, and how do we solve them? Perhaps this is something related to this AI and deep technologies. Basically speaking, it's like a technology or a set of technology maybe which is very, it's not at all easy to solve with the kind of technologies that we have, specifically shallow technology. And when a set of interdisciplinary kind of problem comes and they work together to solve such a kind of problem, it's actually known as deep technology. Convergence of AI is there, the marriage of AI, you was telling. Just to give you an example, like I do work in computer vision a lot. I'll give you a healthcare example. In the previous session also, healthcare was dominating. So it's like given your MRI images, your CT scan images, if somehow it can be predicted what would happen 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line, that would be much more beneficial for every individual to save lot many lives. It's all about experience also, doctors' intuition. One real life example that I will give you from my personal one. Way back in 2011, my father fell down. With great difficulty, I took him to hospital. And it was a holiday, so finding an orthopedics was a tough job at that time. So luckily, we came across one good orthopedic. And my father was at home. He was wearing a lungi and a t-shirt. So in that itself, we took him. By seeing my father, the doctor said, femur bone fracture, we will operate it tomorrow morning. Admit him. He didn't touch my father, he didn't do any x-ray. I was furious. Like an ordinary common son would be furious, I was furious. But my father was having enough confidence on the doctor's wisdom, doctor's intuition. He was calming me down, but I was furious. I went to doctor and confronted him. The doctor replied, what do you want? Do you want your father to suffer more? He is already in immense pain. If I go and make an x-ray of femur bone, that would be much more painful for him. With my experience, I'm telling it's a femur bone fracture. Tomorrow I'm going to operate. Just shut your mouth. I came down. Just imagine the same thing if it can be translated to a technology. The kind of knowledge that particular doctor is having, the experience that doctor is having, if somehow it can be translated. It's not a single technology. It's not just experience. It's medical technology, his vast knowledge, years of experience, intuition, and how many patients he has treated, nobody knows that. So if we put all these things together, it's not a single single stream, single discipline. There are multiple disciplines involved here. So bringing all these things together, on the top of that, AI can be an enabling technology. This is what deep AI and deep technologies convergence is all about. Regarding the problem, the challenges that you are asking, bigger problem demands bigger, deeper insights. The problem that we are talking about, deep technologies problems, these are not shallow problems. These are not shallow technologies. These are deep technologies. These are not ordinary problems. Unconventional way of thinking is required. Disruptive technologies are there. In order to solve this, you require a deeper understanding of each and every subject. It's a cross-disciplinary world. Number one challenge is a single discipline cannot solve it. Multiple disciplines have to come together. Number two is ordinary skilling of AI is not going to help. Deeper understanding of AI is a must. Deeper understanding of science and technology are must. These things are lacking at the present time, and most of the people who are actually going in the easy way perhaps will again miss the bus. Deeper technologies are not going to be solved in this way. Deeper insights, deeper understanding has to be there to solve deeper technologies. That's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. This is Penan Chinnasamy. I am a faculty at IIT Bombay. I am with Rural Development Department and Data Science Department in IIT Bombay. So just to give a few inputs on the department itself, IITs were created for putting up more technologies and science across India. And they've been doing it at a very, very high pace. But sometimes it is not linked to the rural development. So one of the reasons this department started was for rural development. And somewhere, people started thinking that it doesn't have to be driven by data. Right? Rural issues are rural issues. And that is the point that I started my lab, which is called Rudra, Rural Data Research Analysis Lab. Because when you go to a city and urban centers, you get plethora of data. So in the previous sessions, a lot of people said about data availability, and data is a lot. But when you go to rural regions, data is still an issue. Leave the data. We don't even exactly know the geolocations of their houses, their properties, what taxes they have to pay, etc., etc. So if you don't know these things, you could not provide solutions to the bigger problems like agriculture, health, education in rural India. So this is why we started this lab called Rudra, housed in IIT Bombay. It is powered by a supercomputer because as much as data you can bring, you could run these analyses very fast using high computing facilities. So coming back to the topic we have, and I'd like to thank the moderator for a wonderful topic here. So we have deep tech solutions, right? And it's not, we have two techs, shallow and deep, where deep has a lot of science and technology involved, and a lot of analysis is involved, so for which we need to have a good grasp of the domain, as the previous speaker was saying. Just empowering it with AI will not work. We see a lot of this happening, let's say for agriculture, for health, for education, but there is no direct linkage to the domain expert. So somewhere AI is given a free hand to give advisories, give all these recommendations, but not bringing the domain expert along with them. So it should be a multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary effort to solve these solutions. Again, these are not actual small problems. Still, we are facing weather issues. 2018 was a big flood in Kerala. It was labeled as a 100-year flood, which means after 100 years, you'll get another flood like that. 2019 was much bigger. Okay, so how can a 100-year flood come in 2 times consecutively? Normally, the physics says it dumps. All the water is dumped, so it will take a couple of years for the moisture to pick up, and another 100-year flood comes. But Kerala saw that. Okay, so there's a lot of issues here, and what has to go through is first, deep tech has always been there. It will always be there because they're working on problems that are very, very important. Weather is another thing. We always say weather predictions are there, but we cannot still say exactly in 5 minutes rain is coming, unless and otherwise there's a cricket match, right? So why such cricket matches can predict weather so accurately? Whereas my farmer cannot get these advisories accurately. My fisherman cannot get these advisories accurately. It's because cost. Okay, so technology comes with a big package of cost. And when you bring AI into it, again, another layer of cost is going to be added. I do have the data providers and storage providers next to me. So we know how, and it has to go through, right? There is a storage process, there is a cooling process, there is retrieval of data process, etc. So I feel, to the moderator and the team, that deep techs do need, can evolve with AI, but always we need to look at the stakeholder who's going to use these deep tech. And if bringing such solutions is going to not empower them but burden them more on cost, it's going to be an issue. So this is where we have promoted open source software, open source data collection. We have ICFOSS here, where we have a project to collect data from farmers, collect data from local administration, run it into AI models in Nemam block in Katakada, which is the first IoT-enabled village in India. So huge congratulations to ICFOSS and the Kerala team. These are not easy things to be done, right? Like to entire village is linked with IoTs. And where does all this data go, right? So we have planned to bring it in an analytics mode, and with the help of scientists at IIT Bombay, we're giving some advisories. So deep tech has always been there. It's understanding problems like quantum physics, health, agriculture. But when AI comes, it can bring rapid improvements in the processing time, how fast you can negotiate the smaller tasks. Someone was saying about the images, I think the disaster management, a lot of images were there, right? So you could quickly go through them and then bring the actual technologies into practice. So there's a lot to do in terms of merging and converging these technologies together. But to be honest, my first challenges I still see is the end user has to be brought up as the main user. Normally they are not part of this data or the protocols that are involved. And sometimes the advisories are pushed to them, which they don't understand. So for which the cost has to be brought down and a more participatory approach has to come. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Alok Baidya. I head the solution architect team for India public sector team, and my prime responsibility is state government business. Now, when I was just hearing his version of how rural development and AI and the convergence of technology can be really brought in, and the vision today what he was talking about, I was actually feeling that this is something which is my job. This is actually my job because I am responsible to drive the adoption of technology to solve the critical problems which the grassroots are facing today. So, while we are talking when we stay in the urban world, like say for example, if I've used DG Yatra, you've used AI and convergence of deep tech. If I've used Swiggy to order your food, you have actually used again AI and the recommendations which AI keeps on giving you to prompt you that possibly you might want to order for such and such food. You have used AI and deep tech. The grassroots problems are the real problems which today we need to solve. And when we look at the way today, at least, we are getting support from a lot of government organizations, state governments, as well as a lot of PSUs are coming forward to work with organizations like us to really get to the grassroots and really solve problems. Say, for example, healthcare. I think the last panel was also all about discussion around healthcare. I have been working with grassroots healthcare organizations. So I have been personally going to, the PHCs to understand how they really collect data. And you are right, sir, in saying that the data itself is a problem today. Because when I personally got involved in that kind of a project, trust me, when I looked at the data sets, in the data set which I got just to do a study around defining the problem statement, what I saw is every second person is a Meena Devi. Okay? And every Meena Devi is possibly pregnant. And they have not been receiving any subsidy or any healthcare benefits. I said, what is this? This is the real crux of the problem. Okay? So it all starts with really identifying the need to what are we going to solve. Okay? It starts with a really identification of if I'm supposed to be solving a particular problem, work backwards and really identify what are those grassroots problems. Here the problem was that the Anganwadi worker in the field was so bogged down with the number of forms they had to fill in that at the end of the day they would sit under a banyan tree and then they'll just keep on randomly writing the names and all. And that ended up in, the data getting populated in such a way that you really had actual data. So when we started working with the department, we said, okay, let's first of all devise a mechanism in which we can minimize the effort which this Anganwadi worker goes through daily in her life to really capture the data. Can I even automate that whole process? Can I really use deep tech? Again, here is the beautiful example of how AI and deep tech can be brought in together. And I'm not sure if any one of you were there in my first talk, which was a tech talk in the last hall. So we are working with organizations like, say, for example, when even a child is born, okay? When the child is born and, the mother is holding the child in her arm and the father takes a photograph with smartphones, thanks to the smartphone penetration in the country, okay? We are talking of deep tech, first of all, recognizing the facial of the mother, going back, verifying against the identity repository of Aadhaar and producing a birth certificate of the child saying that, baby of so-and-so. Okay? Now, if those kind of tech can be brought in, which actually completely removes the dependency, the manual interventions of entering the actual feed of the right data, possibly we might be getting a little better in solving the bigger problems of how a subsidy is really landing into the right hands or not. The other segment, so healthcare is one core segment which I work very closely. The other segment where I am seeing a lot of, like you mentioned about farmers. So we are working with certain, state governments where we are talking about the, the satellite images getting used to forecast or to really talk to the grassroots farmer and give the data points around what is the crop they should be sowing in that particular season. Okay, so if I'm the farmer, I go to the field and again I take a smartphone and say, okay, I am growing this particular crop. With the moment I submit for getting a subsidy of my crop, it first of all validates, okay, hold on, whether the crop which you are about to sow is the recommended crop or not. Okay, based on the geotagging of the photograph which he just now took. Once that is done, okay, the actual recommendation comes in, the farmer accepts the recommendation, then goes ahead and sows the right crop. We're further going right now, saying that suppose something went wrong, the monsoon was something which impacted the crop and there was a loss. Can the same data be used to really provide the right claim, validating whether the right claim was even submitted by the farmer or not? So these are a lot of examples. I can keep on, articulating a lot of examples where we are seeing actual convergence of AI and deep tech to really make impact. And this is something which I would again repeat, where does the problem, what needs to be solved is basically identifying the right use case, the right input mechanism, so that the convergence can be really worked out. Thanks.
Okay, there's a challenge always going last, that you run out of ideas. Everything that you've been thinking, somebody has spoken about. Okay, so I'll start with a quick introduction about what I do. I'm a part of a company called Yota Data Services. It is India's largest sovereign AI provider. Today, we are contributing more than 50% of the GPUs which are available to India mission. In the morning session, if all of you are looking at the Bhashini translation, that's running on our GPUs completely. It was with a global service provider and they completely moved to us beginning of this month. So we power some of the upcoming LLMs. In the previous session, there was a discussion about India being lagging in the LLM build out, which is the baseline for AI deep tech. So 5 LLMs are being built currently in this country, one by IIT Bombay, which is Bharat Gen, and then Sarvam and Socket and a couple of others. So most of these are being built on our GPUs. So we are sort of the engine that is powering the entire AI push that the government of India is doing through India Mission. So that's about my company. Now, as a service provider, as an infrastructure provider, we have an external view to the deep tech world, and we see the challenges and the problems in a slightly different perspective. So first and foremost, data has been spoken about and access to data. And we are a country with such an ancient history. There are scriptures, there is a lot of knowledge which is sitting with us. A large part of this knowledge has been digitized over the last 2 decades. But again, annotating and anonymizing and giving a sandbox access to that data is something still a lot of work has to be done. We have data around language. Language is still a biggest problem from a AI perspective. We have so much language data. Think of Doordarshan recordings for the last 40 years available, or All India Radio recordings, which are available in some archive somewhere, but not sitting in a sandbox for language models to be trained on. So like that, data is available. That's a challenge which we have to figure out how we can quickly annotate, anonymize, and give access to that data. Kerala can obviously start with healthcare data, which, as we've been talking about since morning. That's something which is available. The second challenge is, of course, access to AI infrastructure, GP infrastructure. Anybody here who's doing any research will say that's amongst their top 1 or 2 problems. We after data, that's the #1 problem. Scaling out from a POC to a production is a huge issue today. A lot of times the POCs start on ready-made APIs available with global providers like OpenAI or Gemini. But moment you want to take it to production, especially in the India scenario where the skill cost arbitrage is much lower than US, the cost, the ROI really doesn't make sense on a lot of the use cases. So therefore, a government has to step in and support development at multiple levels. So first is, I think it was just mentioned in the previous session, a lot of use cases can actually be solved by SLMs and micro models, but still, I think way too much focus is being put on LLMs. Let them get developed, great, but there has to be a very large focus on small language models also, so that the need for infrastructure comes down massively, and that can sort of make a lot of use cases ROI positive. And the second part is government coming in, like India Mission. State governments also need to play their part in supporting the academia, supporting the startup community who are building these amazing deep tech solutions by forms of subsidy in providing infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your opening remarks. So one of the reasons why I was asking about these challenges is so that some of the audience perhaps could take them up and work on it. Right, okay. So the other common thread that I noticed across these different domains are the ethical aspects, right, or the ethical issues that could come up. So unfortunately, we do not have time to go one after the other again, but so if anyone has thoughts on the ethical issues that could come up or that have come up in your domain, and which, so that these can be examined and proper guardrails can be put in place, right? So because some of these generative AI models or AI models, they do not consider the ethical aspects. So if you have any, or if anyone has any thoughts on the issues that they have seen from the ethics point of view, please comment on it, and maybe that can hopefully lead to some of these guardrails. So there were some examples from the earlier discussion as well. Yeah, so there's an overlap with the previous panel from that point of view. So yeah, please, if anyone has any comments on the ethical aspects, please go ahead. Yeah, thanks.
So one comment would be that AI is too new for everyone to experiment with the ethical dilemmas. We have seen a lot of cases that is there in the news, like we know about what happened in Australia with healthcare and what happened with other companies in US. We know all that, and then companies are also paying a lot of fines due to those mistakes that AI is making. Recently, we also see that a lot of government organizations or a lot of bodies have started their standardization of ethical governance, like European Union has European AI consortium that they have come up with for defining AI, and a lot of European companies are aligning to that. So I believe there are a lot of individual companies defining their own guardrails, but ultimately there would be a standard approach that would be emerging. Europe has already done that, but I am sure that at a global level it would be coming as well. From the Indian context, I guess we are too early to do that at a government level, but yeah, individual organizations are doing that.
Well, two things. One, Kerala has already started discussing this in the AI policy. I think the IT department has formulated one. And this was one of the concerns that we discussed there on ethics, on what would be that data which could go into AI and what shouldn't really go. I deal with data pertaining to a lot of people, because when there are disasters, it affects people, and then only it becomes a disaster for that matter. And we have to go in and tabulate and look at patterns of damages, group them. Many of these mundane tasks which used to be done in an Excel by a human is now more or less dumped into a copilot and grouped, and then we do a lot of cross-checking, certain 30% checking as of now, so that we know randomly we are doing the right pattern recognition there in terms of damages, in terms of relief. But what should go in? That's a concern. Now, if you look at DM, the norms in the country says that if I or any one of us receives a relief assistance, our data is public to the effect that your name, your address, the amount of relief assistance that you got, and for what you got is a public document. Any other person can take it by paying 10 rupees in a village office. Whatever data is available on that can be sourced, not through RTI, nothing. If they ask, you have to give. Now, this data in many other fields, like for example, healthcare, when it comes to healthcare, is a no data. So where is that boundary? And that boundary has an issue when it comes to transdisciplinary subjects like ours, where we look at people and we try to devolute funds, and then that becomes a public data. So these are certain gray areas, fuzzy areas, where we probably will have to work further.
Yeah, certainly. At present, the way machine learning works, that is data-driven machine learning, one can easily fabricate. This is possible. I will train my model in such a way that it will be biased towards certain parameters or something. And in this process, if it is not been taken care, then and that particular model is being deployed in a critical scenario, then obviously catastrophe is bound to happen. Perhaps this particular story, everyone, many of you might have heard. In one of the company, the HR department wanted to automate the applications that is being received, and they prepared a model, and they deployed the model. After deploying the model started filtering the applications, and only the shortlisted applications by the model shortlists, and those shortlisted applications only go to the in-person interview. After a year or so, it was discovered that the model is biased. The model is gender biased. How could the model be gender? How could the machine be gender biased? The reason was the model, those people who designed the model, who developed the model, those are all males, male member, and in their office they have never seen a female member. And the kind of attributes they were looking for all are male dominated attributes. And accordingly they designed the system, and system acted accordingly. System didn't do any follow-up. System acted according to the model, and ultimately the system was gender biased. So it was an unintentional gender biased thing, but then this has happened, and it was not that big a problem. But imagine if it is a critical mission critical kind of thing, then things would have been much bigger trouble.
So interestingly, I ran a panel on a topic, safe and reliable AI last week in Kolkata. So I was just looking at my notes from that panel. So 3-4 very interesting points came out. First and foremost, a lot of the AI initiatives are not having in major audits and impact assessments post facto, which is very critical. And because of hallucination and because of guardrails being not properly implemented, issues happen. So, for example, there was a healthcare initiative in the US which took years of historical data, but it was biased against blacks because enough data, health data of blacks were not even recorded. So the data was not showing issues that black people face in that country. So similar impact assessment of the data, source data was not being done. Secondly, the issue of the need for human in the loop. We talk about human in the loop across many facets. One of the critical elements of having human in the loop is actually to ensure that the outcome is not biased and the control plane is properly maintained on the results which are being delivered by the AI. So these are two very important elements that needs to be considered.
Yeah. So I think the ethical issue, So ethical issue we found is, especially with farmers whose data was not logged, the AI model was predicting more vulnerability to them. Therefore, the banks were jacking up the insurance rates. Some of their, and also they predicted too much disaster or droughts or floods, which never came. And therefore, the farmers had to pay more. So these things could have been eliminated if the AI they used was more explainable and more scalable. So these things that we are working on at IIT Bombay, where we're trying to put guardrails and also create SOPs to implement these models, especially for data scarce regions. Because everyone knows here that COVID models were run on AI, and if that was true, half of Maharashtra or at least Mumbai should have been gone, right? The model predictions were not good. And we were scared. We were scared. We were we were confined in our campuses, etc. So these things could have been eliminated, and therefore there's always a scary fact about AI. But the good part about going back to the topic is, if deep tech does use AI, and produce results that deep tech took long to solve, I think the respect and adoption of AI would increase. Because initially deep tech has been always going on its own vision. It's a long vision, it's going on IoTs, sensors, etc. But now if AI comes and produce those results, more adoption will happen, the cost will be borne by these deep technologies, but it has to be ethical.
Okay,
One
maybe a
last-
quick comment, because we are out of time.
Just quick comment. I think we have been going through one element of, I think everybody has been learning, the input mechanism, which I also called out, right? So garbage in, garbage out still is absolutely true for the sake of AI also. So when we talk about the guardrails, the right guardrails, so if it is, let's say, an AI model to be developed for an organizational productivity, let's not make it talk to the outside world, right? So you put in the right guardrails so that it talks to your own data. While something like genomics, which is much more wider, impacting the large-scale population across the world, possibly a large set of data without any boundaries would make it much more effective to predict the right set of diseases. That's the only comment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the wonderful insights. Unfortunately, we are out of time. Maybe we can take one quick question from the audience. The fastest hand wins, right? So if there's one quick question from the audience, maybe we can, to the panel, we can take that.
I think everyone is already tired.
Any question from the audience? Okay. Oh, there is one.
I guess everyone is already tired.
Okay, so everyone wants to go home or go to next session, is it? Okay, if that's the case, then thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank the panel for their wonderful insights and discussions. And thank you to the audience for listening to the discussion. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Veera Kivamuttiraju, for moderating such an interesting discussion. So I would now request Sri Krishnan B. Nair, Domain Expert, Kerala State IT Mission, to please come to the stage to felicitate the panelist and the moderator, please. We will start with you, Doctor. Dr. Veera Kivamuttiraju, Associate Professor, IIT Palakkad. Thank you so much for moderating the session, sir. Now we will move on to Professor Penan Chinnaswamy, Faculty, IIT Mumbai, and Director, Rural Data Research and Analytics Labs, IITB. Thank you for the insights, Professor. Next, we will move on to Dr. Pankaj Kumar Jha, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, NIT. Thanks, Doctor, for the insightful discussion. Now we will move on to Dr. Shekhar L. Kuriakose, Member Secretary, KSDMA. Thank you so much. Moving on to Dr. Deepthi K., Associate Professor, Central University, Kerala. Next, we will move on to Sri Nitish Ambuj, Head AI and Intelligent Automation, Ericsson. Thank you so much. Moving on to Sri Alok Baidya, Head of Pre-Sales, India Public Sector Business, AWS. Thank you for the insight, sir. Next, we have Sri Sunando Bhattacharya, the Chief Revenue Officer, Yotadatta Services Private Limited. Thank you so much, Krishnan sir, and thank you, panelists and moderator, for making this discussion such interesting. Thank you so much. So we are moving on to the final phase of discussions in this particular stage, but we do have other activities happening in stage one post this as well. We have some cultural activities planned. We will also be hearing from our Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, an address from him, as well as some more discussions on AI. Moving on to the last tech talk in this stage, AI in Geospatial Intelligence and Climate Risk. I would like to invite Sri Sanjay Shukla, Founder and CEO of Jarbits, to the stage. Welcome, sir.
Can you put my slides? Yeah. Very good evening. We are a deep tech company, and I couldn't agree more with the views of Dr. Professor Pennan Chinnaswamy. And some of his thoughts are captured in his slide that I'm going to share with you. So I'm going to start with some what ifs. What if we could see natural disasters coming not as a random, unpredictable act of nature, but as events we can actually calculate using real physics? What if we could move from a vague, blurry forecast to something closer to high-definition safety? That is exactly what we are trying to do in collaboration with Kerala State IT Mission. Okay. So that is exactly what we are trying to achieve in collaboration with Kerala State IT Mission. And the goal is simple but powerful, to see disasters before they happen. Before diving into the details, it is important to understand why this technology matters. At the core, this is about people. It is about what happens when our existing systems fall short and the cost of those failures. So, Wayanad district in Kerala, as shown in the map, has long been classified as hazard prone. It is very vulnerable to landslides, and the reasons are well known. I mean, it has a steep terrain combined with extremely intense monsoon rainfall. It is quite literally a documented danger zone. Now consider this. 200, over 200, that's how many lives were lost in the catastrophic landslide that struck Wayanad in year 2024. More than 100 others were injured or went missing. Over 2,000 homes were destroyed. The scale of loss was devastating. And this is the heart of the problem. This wasn't an unpredictable event. The general risk was known. What failed was our ability to determine when and where the danger would become critical. So why do current systems fall short? Why do we still have such an incomplete and often misleading picture of the risk? The foremost major issue is accuracy. That leads to two dangerous issues: false alarms in some areas, which causes a warning fatigue, and a false sense of safety in others where the real danger goes unnoticed. When risk maps are that imprecise, it becomes impossible to deploy mitigation measures like drainage improvement or retaining structures where they are actually needed. It is like trying to hit a target you can't see. And studies show that existing landslide susceptibility models fail to correctly identify the high-risk zone in approximately 30% of the cases. The human impact of this gap is severe. Nearly 19% of the people living in landslide-prone areas remain effectively unprotected, and over 15% of the budget goes misallocated. So the real question becomes, how do we sharpen this blurry picture? So the answer lies in a two-pronged strategy that we have adopted while working with Kerala State IT Mission. So the first is object-based image analysis, and the second is how we model the ground beneath us, physics-based modeling. So we had done a study in Karnaprayag and Nanprayag, and we had startling observations. Compared to the pixel-based methods that had low accuracy of around 65%, the object-based image analysis had an overall accuracy of 78%. The pixel-based methods had a lot of false positives, and while this model had very less false positives. So in Kerala's case, we employ an object-based image analysis approach using watershed delineation segmentation. This methodology treats naturally occurring hydrological units as analysis objects. So the methodology so basically the premise is that within the same watershed, it will exhibit similar geomorphological and hydrological responses during the landslide. So that's the premise on which this segmentation is built. DEM data is used to calculate the descent gradients at each pixel, leading to creation of drainage networks. Furthermore, the level of detail is used to create the catchment boundaries. The strategy two is a physics-based model for terrain. Traditional approaches often simplify the entire region into a single material with generic material properties. The approach that we have took marks a major breakthrough. It incorporates lithology, the actual composition of soil and rocks, to model terrain using real physical-based properties that affect the real ground conditions on the field. So the approach is capable of simulating how rainfall infiltrates vertically from the surface to the subsurface. As water enters the soil, it increases the pore water pressure. The system uses analytical solution to model how this pressure evolves over time and depth within the soil column. The pore pressure changes are then translated into slope stability estimates. The model computes a factor of safety by balancing the resisting forces such as soil shear strength against the driving forces such as gravity and soil stress. The FOS, or factor of safety, offers a clear real-world interpretation of slope stability. As FOS is greater than 1, it indicates a stable slope. NFS equal to 1 is critical threshold, and less than 1 is unstable slope. So this single number is what turns complex physics into an actionable warning. So at the core of this is a geospatial engine. Everything starts with the data layered, structured, and integrated. The system ingests high-resolution satellite imagery, digital elevation model, real-time weather data, and detailed geological maps that define lithology. Once these inputs are in place, the engine runs a physics-based simulation using finite element modeling. The terrain is converted into a digital mesh